I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
People who come here stopping in Naxos, are they island hopping or are they coming, is this the destination?
Well, I mean, island hopping happens a lot during the summer. So, you know, someone who's arranged to have like a 2-3 week vacation in Greece will probably want to visit like at least 2 or 3 islands.
So how many islands in this island group?
The Cyclades?
Cyclades.
It's about 15, maybe more. There's Andros, Tinos, Mykonos, Syros, Paros, Naxos, and
Tito and Germain.
and more.
Right. And the rest.
And the rest, yes.
A lot of history here in the Greek islands, on Naxos in particular, where Zeus himself was said to live, where his son Dionysus frolicked and presumably drank and threw orgies and dropped E and danced all night to the BC version of EDM. These days, you have to go over to Mykonos for that. Anyway, Lambros here runs a bar in Athens, but comes out here frequently to get away from it all.
If you were a Greek, you would definitely dig boarding a boat and leaving for the Cyclades. You know, there's this air of mysticism about them, like an arcane feeling, that definitely doesn't exist in the other island archipelagos in Greece. Like this.
A big glass of raki on the rocks.
And a big glass of raki on the rocks.
Ah, geez, that's a little more than I'd sort of, well, I'll have a sip.
Hello, Yamas. Good morning.
Yamas.
Oh. Yeah, it kind of puts the day into perspective when you start off with a drink.
Oh. Wow, it's a perfect day
It's
for
a
the
perfect
beach.
day, yes.
I like the wind here. Actually, it's one of the really cool things about this island is it's that breeze, you know, that always.
It's like our main pastime, talking about the wind. Wind's coming, the wind's leaving. Which beach do you go to when the wind is coming from the north,
Really?
the south? Yes. Most islands want to claim that actually, like Odysseus, Ulysses was from there, or
Right.
Homer was from there. Everyone wants to claim, you know, a bit of fame from the mythology to their islands.
I can tell you this, Ulysses was kind of a dick. He left his wife alone for how long? And how far was he from home? He wasn't that far.
He wasn't that far.
I mean, he was just dicking around in the islands. You know, he couldn't go home and, you know, throw the wife a quick one, you know, before... And then he gets pissed because she's got to look elsewhere.
He came up with this unbelievable story.
Yeah.
You can think about
But
it
baby,
in that sense, like,
I don't
he
know,
got
there were
back
these...
home and he said,
There were
"God, you
these
won't
chicks,
believe what happened to me."
They were singing and they lured the ship into the rocks and oh my God. But they weren't hot though. They were really ugly.
I think you summed him up perfectly.
There you go, the Iliad. I see a lot of empty villas, like a lot of half-finished construction.
Yeah, they all stopped like a few years ago.
Right.
Money just ran out.
Right. No, I don't want to talk about the financial crisis. It's bumming me out. It's harshing my total buzz. The pressures of the outside world, I don't want to think about. I'm on a Greek island here. It's a beautiful day. I'm planning on passing out on the beach shortly. You know, maybe some watercolors, do a little cooking, more napping, eating, napping, contemplate mysteries of the universe, or nap, either one. Or eat cheese. All of those are honorable options. I mean, that's a vacation to me, is staying put and doing nothing.
Banijay wanted to get away from it all. Coast gently, gently into another season of television. No sharp edges, easy. Late summer of 2015 in the Cyclades. And it feels a million miles from the Greece you see in the headlines.
The banks have remained closed for an entire week. Now the depth of their financial woes is becoming painfully clear.
Athens has asked its people whether they accept stringent reforms as part of the country's second bailout.
40,000 Greeks have hit the streets.
The country could find itself kicked out of the euro.
Athens could be just words away from financial disaster.
That Greece, they say, is teetering on the edge of an economic apocalypse. Broke, in peril of being foreclosed on by the disdainful European powers. On top of that, there's the refugee crisis. Greece, probably the least prepared, least equipped to take in thousands of refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, and elsewhere, is being flooded with desperate women, children, men. They wash up on their shores alive and dead. And yet here, on Naxos, one of thousands of Greek islands, you could, for now, if you chose to, remain blissfully ignorant of what's happening elsewhere. Pretend that everywhere is just like here. Beautiful, sleepy, delicious food. Everything is just fine. John Steinbeck said, any man who pits his intelligence against a fish and loses has it coming. But the Greek fishing trade didn't stand a chance when hit with the 1-2 punch. First of diminishing fish stocks, then the financial crisis and slacking demand.
Is life good on Naxos compared to the mainland?
Άμα πάμε στην Αθήνα, βρίσκουμε μια μέρα, είμαστε άρρωστοι.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, well, if you come from this island with the fresh air, the sea...
Right.
Πάμε στην
Your
Αθήνα,
defense is
αφήνουν τα παυσίφωνα, πες του.
Really? This gentleman is a fisherman.
George is a fisherman. His name is Fearless George.
Fearless George.
Yes, yes.
So, as I understand it, in many, if not all, of the Greek islands, the government or the EU is offering buyouts to fishermen. They're basically saying, we'll pay you to not fish.
Είναι ό,τι χειρότερο υπάρχει. Γιατί πολεμάνε να διαλύσουν την αλία τη δικιά μας, να δουλεύουν τα εισαγωγικά και τα...
Trying to get the older domestic fishermen out of the way, basically in order to...
The little guys.
Yeah, the little guys, basically the little guys, in order to get more commercial fishing being imported into the land. Quite a few have sold out their businesses, their boats, and moved into like tourism.
Λάχαν, ας πούμε, να βρούμε, αντί να πάρουμε το σκάφος, να πάρουμε ένα ξενοδοχείο, να κάναμε όλα αυτά. Ήταν ανέκδοτοι, δεν θέλανε κανένας, δεν υπήρχαν ευκαιρίες.
Up here, I mean, as far as the economic crisis, I mean, you've got the whole EU crunching down on poor Greece. Greeks are being depicted as basically lazy, addicted to social welfare. What happened?
Αυτοί οι αλήτες που τα πήγανε για τα πράγματα.
I'm pretty sure he means the politicians.
Αυτό, πληρώνει ο κόσμος. Ο κόσμος δεν
and the people are paying for the complete wrongdoings of the politicians.
Είναι λαθασμένες εντυπώσεις που έχουν πάρει οι γραμμές έξω.
Δηλαδή, δεν θεωρείς ότι υπάρχουν όντως, ότι κατά βάση υπάρχει και ένα τέτοιο κομμάτι?
Ναι. Σε δημόσιο, ναι. Γιατί τότε, επειδή είχε το μέσο ένας και ο άλλος, αλλά όχι ο απλός πολίτης που κάνει μάχη για να ζήσει την οικογένειά του και να κάνει.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. Anyway, we had a good spell. Living on other people's money for about 40 years was good fun.
Απόψε είναι πια για μας η νύχτα η τελευταία θα κλαις με μαύρο δάκρυ απόψε φυλάμε κι αγκαλιάσαι με αύριο φεύγω λησμόνησέ με
The wreck was a cargo ship and crashed on the reef of Amaras in 1982, so it's 34 years inside the water.
Diving in the Cyclades is some of the best in the Med, and I was told that this wreck was filled with stolen doubloons and Nazi morphine. Panos, my dive master, has certainly never heard these rumors.
No treasure down there, nothing sinister or untoward.
Maybe there is inside. In the engine room, I never get there, so I don't know what is inside. The rumor is that they crashed it on purpose in order to take the insurance. So nobody was injured, everybody was safely transported to the port of Agiana. That's a rumor, of course, eh?
How many times have you been down to that wreck?
Hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times.
Hundreds.
And it never gets old. You still have fun.
Yeah, every time is special.
The Greek islands, when compared to the rest of the country, are doing pretty well. Tourism on Naxos, in fact, is on an uptick.
I don't know what your family told you when you said, you know, I'm going to go to Naxos and I'm going to run a dive center. I know my parents would have said, you should do something sensible with a future, like banking. As it turns out, this was a sensible career choice, I guess, so cheers to that.
Yamas.
Around 25% of the nation are unemployed now. They say that about 40% are living close to the poverty line. That's apparently the mainland, and yet tourism is stable and maybe even growing.
Tourism is getting bigger, even though it's completely opposite with the crisis.
So people are basically saying, oh, you know, financial crisis, beautiful islands, beautiful country.
Yes.
Now's the time to go because we can get it for cheap.
Tourism is the only thing I believe that saved Greece. Apart from this, every other thing collapsed.
It's really beautiful.
Antigone, Helen of Troy, Aphrodite, Demeter. Greek women have always been known for their beauty, their fierceness, their strength, their willingness to fight for what they believe in. And these ladies who call themselves the stray bitches, these women are very much part of that tradition.
when I mentioned that I was drinking ouzo before, I kind of... There was a reaction.
We prefer raki. Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'll be drinking raki on the rocks.
Bravo.
The stray bitches. Who are the stray bitches?
Us.
What are?
It's a theatrical musical group with political with political issues. Issues, yes. And it speaks a lot about what we live today in Greece, in Athens.
I've seen you described as anarchist.
No, I don't like stereotypes.
Right.
I don't like characteristics. Yes, of course, I like very much the anarchist philosophy, of course. It speaks about solidarity and the common good. Because all over Greece now is very hard.
During the 90s, it was all this wealth and prosperity, and we were all okay with this. But now it's time to talk about politics and make political statements.
A lot of the world, Greece is being depicted as Greeks got used to not having to pay taxes. The stereotype is that is it true or not?
But that's a very nice strategy to create a stereotype of the people you want to exploit.
Right.
And say they're lazy, they're terrible.
It's propaganda.
Let's them.
From the moment we built our state, we built it on loans. The great powers, England, France, Russia, helped us to build our state. So we own from this moment. The truth is that never this nation take care of the citizens. They didn't give back anything, nothing to the people. So why to pay your taxes?
There's distrust.
A basic distrust that people are going to spend the money well.
It's not like a mentality thing that comes from our genes, from our cells. We are not like the lazy people.
So what happens? Should Greece be in the EU?
Here, for the people in Greece, it is a feeling that, oh, if we go out of the European Union, we are lost. We are, as people, maybe ready to risk to go to another direction because this direction doesn't work for us.
Nobody's suggesting we return to an agrarian wonderland. We're all going to farm together and live in a commune, right?
Why not?
You like this idea?
Yeah, why not? Some of us will. Some of us...
If I put a yogurt in the refrigerator and I put my name on it, Tony, and somebody takes a bite out of it, I've got a problem.
Really?
Yeah. This is why I don't live in a commune.
Because someone will take my yogurt.
Yeah, but if you didn't have the yogurt, you would like to eat from someone else.
Yeah. And I will.
Πες μου γιατί αγάπη μου, γλυκιά παρηγοριά μου, Πες μου γιατί να μ' αρνηθείς, γιατί να φύγεις, να χαθείς, να ζήσεις μακριά μου.
Good now.
Yes, an idyllic mountain village, Aparantos. The sort of place where you can still walk into a town square and find yourself caught up in a celebration. This one celebrates Greco-American actor John Stamos' return to Full House. Then get ready for wine, raki, and being hand-fed by strangers.
There was a sending off of a villager to go to the army. Basically a good reason for everyone to, you know, let some steam out.
Whoa!
Oh! Yes, right.
Lamb? Pig?
This is lamb, this is pork, and this is pork.
And the famous potatoes, of course.
And the famous potatoes. This is called rosto, which is a traditional Naxos-style pork.
Oh, good sauce. It's like tomato and peppers, or...
Krasi, yeah, wine, tomato sauce, pepper, and garlic. Yamas. Εγώ είμαι ο Λάμπρος.
Στέφανος.
Γεια σου, Στέφανο.
So you make wine?
I make wine, yes. I make a good wine.
Born here?
No, I'm not born here. I came in Naxos when I was 23 years old.
From?
Athens.
Athens, a very different life here.
I believe here you live every moment of your life. Yeah, you feel really the freedom.
Oh, thank you. This village, what do the people here do for a living? Farm? Tourism? Both?
Yeah, I guess a combination.
I notice a lot of churches, little chapels.
There are shitloads, and it's basically the continuation of the original temples.
Ah.
Be they temples of Apollo, or I don't know, even Zeus or Athena or something.
They switched over.
They switched over to churches.
Hey, you guys thought pagan idolatry was fun? Check it out. Christianity, it's much more fun. It will slide right in there. You won't even notice.
Seamlessly, yes.
Important island in mythology, though.
Extremely.
It is the Dionysus Island, yes.
It is.
God of wine, women in song, basically.
And madness.
And madness. One of the things I like about Greek mythology is that the gods were all deeply flawed. I mean, they had some serious problems. They were always, you know, sleeping with humans. They were jealous. They get angry. They weren't pure. They weren't perfect. They weren't divine.
They're humans.
Yeah, and every now and then Dionysus would appear and like everyone said, okay, let's all have a great time. Why not?
γράμμα στο κατόφλι πεταμένο και στην πόρτα κρεμασμένα τα κλειδιά.
Food porn is so easy. At this point, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, you want this, right?
Ένα σπίτι.
Of course you do, but you can't have it.
One pepper too.
No, one is good. One more good.
You try pepper? It's different.
Oh, all right. All right, beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, here we eat a lot, okay? You can eat as much as you like.
Thank you.
A family farm. This one dates back to the Venetians. Mom, Dad, daughter Maria, her husband Yanis, who happens to be the Aegean regional governor. Let the food begin.
Stuffed pepper, the famous potatoes.
Mexican potatoes,
coq au vin, a slow-cooked rooster.
Rooster with red sauce.
Rabbit.
Wild
oh,
rabbit.
Yes.
Yamas, welcome.
So how does it, I mean, the rest of the country is not doing so well, but apparently here, it's pretty good.
Yes.
What's different about Naxos?
It's
self-sustained.
Self-sustained. For example, in Naxos you can find 130,000 goats and lambs. And also half of the population cultivating the land, so they are farmers.
So it's not just a tourist economy. You produce stuff here. You grow things.
Είναι κύκλος. Κάθε εβδομάδα πρέπει να κάνεις τα απαραίτητα. Να ποτίσεις. Να μαζέψεις αυτά που είναι για μας με ντομάτες, πατάτες, φασόλια, κρεμμύδια, πιπεριές.
Let me ask a difficult question. I'm not going to ask you this question because you have to be diplomatic about difficult questions like this. I'm going to guess your father doesn't. So who caused the Greek financial crisis? What happened here?
Από τους πολιτικούς. Γιατί δεν είχαν αυτή τη κουμάντα. Αυτοί δίκαμε το διωγγωμένο δημόσιο, αυτοί δώσαν ανεξέλεκτα δάνεια, αυτοί τα κάμαν όλα. Εμείς μπορεί φοροδιαφεύγαμε, πες. Αλλά ήταν άδικη φορολογία του κράτους μπροστά εμάς.
He's not optimistic. He says we have
χρόνια, θέμε χρόνια
we
πολλά.
need years, and it's my opinion.
Όλοι μας. Πληρώνουμε όλοι φόρους και το κράτος να βάλει νοικοκυριό.
What does it mean to be Greek? What are the characteristics that all Greeks either do or should aspire to?
Όλα η οικογένεια, Μαρία.
She says above all the family.
Και θρησκεία, βέβαια, γιατί το είπα.
Και τη φιλοπατρία. Και την πατρίδα. Οι γνήσιοι Έλληνες την αγαπούν.
This means Greek. Greek remains here.
You are bound to the land of your ancestors.
Mm-hmm. The farm itself, how long has it been in the family?
This was bought by the grandfather of my father in 1901.
Τότε που τα αγόρασαν, πιάνανε χρήματα τα χτήματα, ήταν όλο φρούτα. Και στην υπόλοιπη Ελλάδα δεν είχε φρούτα. Και τα φρούτα που είχαμε εδώ στα νησιά, ήταν φοβερό εισόδημα. Δηλαδή με αυτό το περιβόλιο ο παππούς έβγαζε το εισόδημα του.
For us in the family, it's a very special place and special for me, and I believe for my father. It has a special vibe, this a good energy, this land.
Το βήμα μου. Το άνοιγμα που αντέχουν τα πόδια μου για να μεταφέρουν το βάρος μου. Περπατώ, τα βήματά μου δεν αφήνουν ίχνη. Η πηξίδα μου κόλλησε, δεν ξέρω τι δείχνει. Άνεμος φύσηξετος, μου αέρας ερωτηματικός. Αβέβαιος ο προσανατολισμός. Η απορία ξεδιπλώνει την πορεία. Οι δρόμοι γράφουν μέσα μου διαδρομή. Αποτυπώνονται οι δρόμοι στο κορμί. Είμαι ο χάρτης των δρόμων που επέλεξα να περπατήσω. Είμαι η χώρα που διάλεξα να διασχίσω. Προγραμματισμένη οπτική, τασοπίνακας της ανθρωπότητας. Αν είναι ο κόσμος ζωγραφιά, μπορώ να βάλω πινελιά. Είμαι χρώμα η σκιά, το βήμα μονοκοντιλιά. Και περπατώ, τα βήματά μου δεν αφήνουν ίχνη. Η πηξίδα μου δείχνει συνέχεια ανατολή. Είναι ξημέρωμα, ροδίζει αυγή. Και καιρός του οικοδομήν, καιρός του εναγκαλίζεστε, καιρός του σιγάν και καιρός του λαλήν, καιρός του αποκτήσε και καιρός του απολέσε, καιρός του αγαπήσε και καιρός του μισήσε, καιρός πολέμου και καιρός ειρήνης.
Please translate. So, I went to the beach today. I'm laying there, having a good time. Suddenly, like 200 nudists show up.
Late afternoon, I find myself on a fishing boat, ruminating on matters of great importance.
So here's my question. It's a philosophical question. Greece is the home of philosophy as we know it. Why are the first people to take off their clothes the last people you want to see naked?
Είναι αντιαισθητικό, πες. Εγώ όταν το βλέπω συγχαίρω με τον εαυτό μου, να βλέπεις το παιδί σου με τη μαμά και τον παπά να κρέμονται τα τέτοια.
I totally agree with whatever we just said. Oh yeah, there we go.
Octopus salad.
Lambros is there, and George, of course, and George's son Nico.
Και εδώ το ψαράκι τι είναι?
Αυτό είναι σαλατούρι.
Man, that's so good.
Πες του, είναι γάβρος μαρινάτος. Φάβας είναι ένα...
mashed fava bean.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
This is like as traditional as you get. All these dishes are either used as an appetizer before the main dish, which is the soup, or as breakfast.
Breakfast?
They have this for breakfast, maybe a couple of beers, and then they go to sleep again for a few hours.
Now you're talking my language.
Αυτό είναι σπερκαδρίτσα, αυτό το σπεσιαλιτέ το Γάλλο.
Beautiful. All the fish he catches, it's sold on the island or sent to Athens?
Mostly to Athens.
Νικό!
What kind of fish is this?
Ροφός δεν είναι?
Ροφός.
Olive oil and lemon.
Man, this is some professional quality stuff.
Τον βλέπω πες του να την τιμάει τη σούπα,
You need to eat more.
The broth is fantastic.
Γεια μας.
Γεια μας.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Εμάς τα παιδιά όλα είναι δύο στο ένα σκάφος. Ένα εκεί, ένα εδώ ο Νίκος, εγώ με τον Νίκο.
Μου άρεσε το έκανε ο πατέρας μου και θα το κάνω κι εγώ.
He liked his dad doing it and he likes to do it himself. Και γυναίκες που γνωρίζει τη θάλασσα?
I was gonna ask.
Άμα θες βρίσκεις.
Where there's a will, there's a way, he says.
Εγώ από μικρά, μόλις περπατήσανε και μπήκανε λίγο στο νόημα, τα έστελναν στις πουτάνες. Του λες, πήγαινε στα μπαράκι, πιάσε τις ξεκολιάρες, βάλει 3-4 απάνω σου, βάλε μια στο πόδι, βάλε στην άλλη, να τη χαμουρεύεις.
Okay, this is just going to be a great pleasure to translate.
Okay.
He said when they were like at the right age, I'm guessing something like 14, maybe, and he took him to the brothels, and he took him to the whores, and he told him, you know, to realize that they're all out to get your money. So, you know, get them a few drinks, have a good time, go completely nuts while you're young and everything. So, you know, you're gonna be a bit laid back on the whole woman issue when the time
When you're
comes.
50. Okay. All right, glad I asked. All right, not really.
So this is ouzo.
Oh, sweet.
I'll have some of that.
My rented villa is pleasant enough. But to be perfectly honest, lonely. Is it worse to be someplace awful when you're by yourself? Or someplace really nice that you can't share with anyone?
Hello.
How you doing? Hey.
Yamas.
Yamas.
Yamas. And it is very typical Greek sunset. Huh? The famous Greek sunset.
It's the boat.
The islands, the Cyclades, the boat. Wow.
Yeah, it looks good.
Looks very good.
Oh man, that is really good.
The good food makes you happy, very happy. Eh?
Yeah.
Opens your heart.
There are a lot of countries where they're really, really poor, but they're super serious about food.
Like where?
Like here.
Guys,
don't go very far. Right?
People who are not Greek come to the Greek islands for the first time. Come to Naxos. What should you do here? You should drink raki, for sure.
For
Yeah.
sure, do it.
Get drunk with raki also.
Get drunk. It's not enough to just drink it.
No. Get drunk and sing and dance.
Don't tell me what you ate. Tell me who you ate with.
Let's go.
Yamas.
Somebody asks you where you're from and you answer, I'm from Chicago. Nobody's gonna give you a patronizing response like, oh, Chicago's charming.
Hey, Chicago!
More likely it'll be, wow, Chicago, or oh, Chicago. They'll be impressed. Chicago's a town, a city that doesn't ever have to measure itself against any other city. Other places have to measure themselves against it. It's big, it's outgoing, it's tough, it's opinionated, and everybody's got a story.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
What can the ale house tell you about Chicago?
Yes, my father did me also very. I do a lot of crossword.
As late afternoon gives way to evening in Chicago's Old Town, it's time to drink. Though to be fair, almost any time is time for a drink at the Old Town Ale House.
Another favorite of mine is
difficult ones are the people who...
The chorus assembles to give their opinions on matters of the day, subjects of great import to this city on the lake, this city of broad shoulders, this true metropolis.
But there's no shortage of characters in here. You know, I've lost a couple really great ones. John Fox, the comic, died a few years ago. We just lost Ruben Four Toes, this 400-pound Mexican guy. We just called him Ruben. And then when he had his big toe cut off, and then he became Ruben Nine Toes. Then when he had his other big toe cut off, he became Ruben Eight Toes. And then when he had his leg cut off, I changed it down to Ruben Four Toes. He blames all of his problems on the fact his mother didn't give him any titty milk. I mean, these guys, there's nobody coming through the door to replace them.
The Old Town Ale House opened in 1958 and has been serving beer and other intoxicating beverages ever since. Unless you're on the no-shot list, in which case your drinking options have been, for the good of the community, limited.
There's a no-shot list?
There is. The only guy that ever got off it is down there now, and it was just because he's a peer. And yeah, we have a fairly extensive no-shot list.
Very extensive, meaning you can drink here, but no shots for you.
No shots.
Because just that will lead to no good?
History has shown us that these people should not drink shots. But of course, what they do is they go to another bar and drink shots, and then they come over, and then we get the remnants of it.
Bruce Cameron Elliott and his ex-wife are the proprietors of the Old Town Ale House. Bruce likes to brag that he's never had an honest job, but he's a writer, legendary blogger, and artist.
So who comes here? I mean, generally, who are your regulars?
I think the most interesting thing about this bar, on an average night, if you look down this bar at 10 o'clock or 11, I would say the average age is certainly over 40, which is very unusual.
It's really what's missing in my life. I need an old man bar. Is there a common thread to your regulars?
The common thread is of our hardcore regulars. They're basically alcoholics.
Well, I mean, I was dancing around that.
Well, we don't dance here. But there's no dancing. The late John Fox, who was my all-time favorite funny man, he came up with the Ale House handshake. The secret Ale House handshake was like in the morning, which was that.
Right. What do you have to do to get barred here?
You know, punch somebody probably more than once.
More than once.
The walls of the bar are covered with his portraits of alehouse regulars, which he mostly paints in the basement next to the beer cooler. More notorious are his paintings of well-known political figures who have, for one reason or another, raised Bruce's ire. They are inevitably depicted in an unflattering, let's say, non-family-friendly light.
Putin has been behaving very poorly, let me put it that way. I mean, but he also intrigues me. Plus, I also have the extra satisfaction of knowing he would not like what I'm going to do. And that's, you know, that gives you a lot of pleasure.
There is no shortage of opinions at the Ale House bar, and Bruce's opinions and the scope of his work extends far beyond Chicago's borders.
I'm working on my latest painting is Putin.
Oh, yeah. Say no more. I want to see.
Some advice, because I was thinking of the classic Catherine the Great, hoists, stallions, but let me show you.
There's ponies involved? I love ponies.
Well, let me show you what I've come up with, simply because of the size constraints. And this is, of course, that's our beer cooler and everything.
This is where the magic happens.
Well, this is where, yeah, this is where Sarah Palin was painted.
Whoa.
And originally I was thinking, and I'd be very interested in your input. Originally what I thought was the Catherine the Great, the horses, and he in the receptive position. But then on the other hand, when I put him in a tutu, I thought, I think that I've really uncovered the true Putin there. Ballet is very important in Russia.
Right.
And if I painted him naked, that would almost be macho.
Yeah, you don't need the, I mean, presumably tiny genitals.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
I mean, look, he's got his shirt off. So already,
the important
he's
part.
universally identified because he really likes to take his shirt off.
No, he does, and I took his
loves.
shirt off.
I think this is an iconic image as is.
I really do.
I think it says it all.
I was waiting. I'm glad you told me that because I think I can go full steam ahead now. I'm thinking pastel. I've gotten pretty good with pastels, but this might be one of
It's Kirk. And it's got this young guy, really early. And his dad is talking.
All fans of people who follow your blog and know so much about, you know, I know who fixes your walk-in refrigerator. I know who fixes the bathroom. I know who comes in and cleans the floors. And I know the entire morning routine between the Fancy Pants and
Street Jimmy.
and Jimmy. And I know so much about all of these people and just the day-to-day workings. But do you think there's something to be said that, like, you know, the trajectory of your clientele is not, does not tend to be.
It's not ascending.
It's not, it is not ascending.
It's not an ascendance. It's in, yes. And I've lost a couple really, I mean, we've really lost some beauties.
I mean, it's the perils of being a saloon keeper.
Here's my take on that. Bar people do not live as long as vegan joggers. However, they have more fun.
In a city of factions, of neighborhoods, black, white, north side, south, Cubs or White Sox, everybody at one point or another seems to agree on this place, Valois in Hyde Park.
Got to grab your tray. That's part of the rule here.
I think meatloaf and macaroni and cheese, please.
Thank you. Of the whitefish, the mashed potatoes, and corn.
I'm very happy about this. Two of my guilty pleasures on one plastic tray.
Wow, they sure gave us a lot of fish.
So where am I? What is this neighborhood?
This is Hyde Park. This is the heart and soul of Hyde Park.
So if you're running for office, why would you use this place as your staging area? What's the social importance
You
of
will
it?
see every politician, black and white, running for city office will come through here at some point.
Why?
It's just kind of a hangout. You'd see Harold Washington here a lot. I mean, Brock, I used to see Brock here all the time, mostly for breakfast.
The machine that is Chicago politics goes straight back to Emperor Richard Daley, the father, then the son, with a diverse cast of scoundrels in between.
How were things in Chicago? I mean, on the arc of the trajectory.
The problem was that we had the Daley dynasty. We had the old man, and then we had the kid, the not so bright kid replaced him. And he threw a party for his friends for over 20 years, and when it came time to pay the bill, he stuck out the back door of the of City Hall. So it's a mess right now financially. The one thing about Chicago is you cannot get away with being a fake or a phony. I mean, maybe somewhere out in one of the suburbs, but people see through it right away. And that's kind of Chicago.
What other characteristics of a true Chicagoan would be stereotypically true?
I think you've got to make at least a little effort to not be a pussy. I think you got to be a little tough. I don't think you can just...
You can't be a pussy. Or at least you're making an effort.
Make a little effort. Just not to just, you know, roll over and...
Right.
Some characters you can't write.
The drink?
Coming to the ale house for over 20 years. I have multiple sclerosis, and I was leaving a rehearsal from a Red Orchid Theater, which is my theater company, which is around the corner. And I came here, I was really, really tired, and I was talking to Mitt, who's Matt in the blog, and maybe 3 or 4 other people at the end of the bar, and I I just remember like falling on the floor. I heard somebody yell, she's not breathing, and they called an ambulance. And that's kind of all that I remember. And when I came back a few days later, like I walked in the door, but I was like, yeah, you're better. And then a couple of the regulars were like, that guy said that thing. And I was like, what did he say? He said, when you were on the floor foaming at the mouth, he said, they said I got really quiet, and he said, I'll have what she's having. So yeah, so that was fun. But I found out later, what was really interesting about it was that right away my mind goes to alcohol.
The American cheeseburger. It's the sort of feeling you get when you eat it, that you remember you're sitting with a friend and enjoying a memory that takes you back to long ago when you were young. And as we follow Paul backstage, watching him slowly sip his coffee.
Hey, what's going on, Daniel?
You remember that comedy isn't just about laughs. It's also about coffee and clothes and being yourself.
Do you guys want to run this scene?
Which one?
Transcendence.
And after all, if we can't laugh at ourselves, who can we laugh at?
I gotta be honest, he usually does it way better.
Oh, come on!
How is it that Chicago has become the sort of the font of comedy? You know, it's a gusher.
I think it all started with Second City, and then people came here to study. I'd say 90% of the people who are doing comedy right now came to Chicago to study.
Paul Jurowitz, a young man at the beginning of what will presumably be a glorious career.
First, you push me in the pool. Now you call me Ketchup Dick. I try to be spontaneous one time, and this is what I get. I feel like no one respects me anymore.
Second City opened in Chicago's Old Town in 1959 and almost from the beginning established a probably unhealthy symbiotic relationship with the Ale House. You know their names: John Belushi, Gilda Radner, Amy Poehler, Bill Murray, Chris Farley. If you're funny in America, chances are you spent some formative years here, getting the shit hammered out of you, learning, one hopes, in the parlance of the trade, to kill.
I tuck my undershirt into the underwear.
Tell them how many times you do at a show.
Per show, probably 7 times. Gotta be a cannonball, you know, not like a bowl of jello out there.
You know, where are Second City people coming from? All over?
All over. Right. All walks of life, too. I mean, it is, you know, lawyers, teachers, with, you know, servers. It's all classes.
Well, look, service, that is a rich tradition. I mean, anytime you find anyone in the entertainment business, one presumes restaurant experience.
Mm-hmm. I used to be a server. I used to be a cook. I was a sushi chef for a while. I used to be a Segway tour guide. I know too much about that.
Segway tour guide?
Yes.
Wow, you better have a sense of humor.
Paul and I discussed the perilous nature of a life in comedy over some drinks and food at Longman and Eagle, where, though the flannels and neckbeards are abundant, the food is excellent. Beef tartare, I like that. And who does not love roasted bone marrow? Tête de cochon with blue cheese and celery relish. The good Lord wants you to eat this. Really, he speaks to me all the time. Confit of beef tripe. And since I'm all about vegetables, slow roasted cauliflower with caramelized onions and lentils.
So, does Second City travel? You have a road company?
There are touring companies, 3 touring companies. They're on cruise ships as well. So I did 10 months on a cruise ship.
Oh.
Which is 10 months of looking at the water and wondering, you know, at this trajectory, would the boat pull me under? If I had this much to drink, how long before the boat is out of my sight line?
So that's like a prison ship. I mean, because you can't.
I mean, it's
you can't
real
say
fun for the first 2 months. You know, it's a lot of fun, hanging out with the crews. You know, there's a lot of, you know, venereal diseases going around.
Right.
And a lot of partying, and there's a bar every 2 feet. And then after you hit the 2 month, and you're like, I want to go home. Mom, please help me.
Man, talk about, you know, battlefield conditions to hone your craft, man. I respect it. That is I mean, is that the idea behind it? We're going to send you out. When you get back from the gulag, you will be stronger for it?
Oh, absolutely. It's your first time getting paid as a performer. And it's also the largest amount of people I've ever performed for was on a cruise ship. It was 950 people you're performing to, you know, 4 nights a week.
Right.
next one.
How are things?
Oh, good. Try putting the game on. The Patriots are playing the Redskins.
Do we know where the dry cleaning is? There's no job that you can liken to this job.
What are you trying to say, Mike? There were some sort of time travelers?
My hemp business is doing really well.
I think it's all, I only have like 4 lines, right?
Is it a kind and supportive? I mean, comedians are not famous for
Stand-ups, specifically, is more cutthroat.
Why don't we all just calm down here, all right? I thought that would get a pop, or at least a reaction.
It's too long.
Does anybody know where my socks are? In the improv community, I think it's a lot more supportive because it's a group
Did you
sport.
say community?
Yes.
Got your back. Got your back. Got your back. Got your back. Got your back.
Got your back.
Got your back. Got your back.
So what if someone sucks?
Improvise.
What if they suck?
Your job as an improviser is to make that person look amazing. That's how you know if you're a good improviser. This was the path of least resistance for me. It was something I fell into that I loved, that I just found out that I was relatively good at. And through a series of mishaps, I found myself in this position. Like, if you'd asked me 6 years ago if I would be on the main stage at Second City, there's no way I would have laughed at you. So if this is where it ends for me, I'd be happy.
Maybe the first thing you think of when you think about Chicago is not ass-burning Szechuan food, but maybe it should be.
Well, I think a lot of people come and they think that Chicago is like on the Magnificent Mile, and you know they're like, oh, should we go down to Navy Pier? Like, no.
Right.
Why? So it's nice to go out to the neighborhoods, and there's so many different ethnicities everywhere. So going to places like that is really awesome.
One of my favorite Chicagoans, chef, restaurateur Stephanie Iser from The Girl and the Goat, and her colleague, Peter Wong, enlightened me. Look, I knew Chicago was a city of very diverse neighborhoods. Everybody says so. But this, I didn't know about. Now I do.
So where are we, and why are we here? I have to say I'm really glad we're here. But what? Why?
We're at Szechuan cuisine. So after going to China, we were just talking about that Chengdu is my favorite place, but Peter's never actually been to Chengdu. And so coming back, then it was like, let's go to Chinatown and try to find places to find those things we ate for breakfast every day.
Pork dumplings and chili oil. Start the fire.
And
You can get what you got it.
You know why the chopstick is thin? It's not thick and fat. You can just do this.
I thought you're not supposed to do that. Peter, you're supposed to help me knowing what's faux pas.
Yeah, so happy.
One of my favorite dishes in the world, anywhere, mapo tofu. Yes, a tofu dish, stippled heavily with pork and a burny, numbing 9.5-week style exercise in sadomasochism that will start you thinking some deeply disturbing thoughts.
Do you know mapo tofu? Is it because it looks like spotted grandmother, or did spotted, pockmarked grandmother create the dish?
Both.
Both.
Yes.
Right?
My mouth's a little on fire right now, so I think the rice came at the right time.
Yes. Sounds like we are suffering, but actually it's delicious. Yeah, Anthony, try some of this. This is my favorite.
The specialty of the house, fish hot pot.
Nice. All right, here goes. I scraped off some peppers.
We're going for the best piece, huh?
Yeah.
It burns so good. I can pretty much eat this every day.
The summation was that I moved to move him away from another customer, and he backed up and clenched his fist, and boy, when somebody clenches their fist, you know they're really capable of doing something. So I got in the first shot, and then somebody grabbed me by my arms and held my arms, and he got the second shot off. and he re-deviated my septum, which was a good thing. But, you know, he was bleeding and I was bleeding, and, you know, it was camaraderie. We hugged and kissed afterwards and said, oh, I'm sorry, I did that. Well, he's dead now. I don't want to speak poorly about him dead.
To see your team win.
That might be on that wall.
We always lived in the hood. You would hear gunshots in the distance. You would get to know about gangs. You would see the graffiti. The people who you were growing up with, playing with, wouldn't be there anymore. And it's like, oh, what happened to such and such? It's like, oh, he's dead. He was in a gang, or he got killed in a drive-by, or he got shot in a such and such.
Hip-hop artist extraordinaire Lupe Fiasco grew up on the south and west sides of Chicago. But inside, his home was always an island of sanity, a supportive, creative environment.
Well, what was different about your family?
My mother and my father were very intelligent and politically oriented and active. So it you know, I got book smart and street smart, you know.
Floyd Webb is an old family friend. This is Lupe's mom, Shirley. As becomes quickly apparent, she is, along with being an extraordinarily good cook, an extraordinary and determined human being.
Man, this is so outrageously delicious. Wow.
The whole time we're eating, by the way, people are moving in and out of Shirley's small apartment, the place clearly a hub for a tightly knit community of friends and family.
So what age were you when you came to Chicago?
I was 13. The worst thing that my family could have ever done was left the South, was left Mississippi. They should have stayed.
But this was the land of opportunity here in Detroit and the great cities of the North.
Then we were never hungry down in Mississippi. We got here, depending on welfare, whatever, and they became alcoholics, abusive to the children and wives, and the children came out in the streets, and just everybody lost control, and now it's...
What was Chicago like when you arrived?
It wasn't as violent. You know, the neighborhoods were communities, no vacant lots. There were families all over, kids in the street. You could go outside and play and not worry about your children. And somewhere in the late 70s, early 80s, it started to change and become more violent.
July 4th, 2 young men gunned down at a Chicago strip mall. 50% certain. 9 people shot to death and at least 60 others wounded.
However much you might love Chicago, want to celebrate its general awesomeness, its character, its architecture, its food, there's no getting away from the ugly fact that Chicago's South Side is also currently the murder capital of America.
Why do you think people are killing each other in such large numbers in Chicago and not in New York?
Let's be clear, it's only a few spots. It isn't the whole city.
It isn't the whole city.
It's not the whole city.
To be honest, Chirac is Inglewood.
Right.
Hey, look, it's a pretty staggering body count.
The sad part is that it's been like this, right? And the only reason this story now is because white people looking at it. And it's like, oh, that's terrible. It's like, man, it's been like this for 30 years. How come it wasn't terrible 30 years ago when you probably actually could have did something about it?
Does a hip-hop artist have any obligation, really, to speak about anything positive or even smarter than cars, girls, or where's my money?
I guess it depends on where you come from. And then, do you feel an obligation to where you came from? A lot of people in the hood won't take me serious. You know, they don't take Chuck D serious because at least you take somebody who's rapping about crack and rapping about dope. That is actual thing that they can go get and sell and make money that day if they wanted to. You can't preach to them Black Panther Party or you know, Marcus Garvey or this, because they can't go out and get it and actually sell it and monetize and make some money off of it.
Right.
Despite an appalling murder rate, questionable leadership, Chicagoans aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
The Southern people, we brought our spirit here. So Chicago had like a warm spirit and, you know, loving spirit.
It's a beautiful place. It's a genuinely beautiful place. Where you have to redefine what beauty is to you when you go to different neighborhoods, and it's really bad. But even in that, there's still a beauty in the people. And then just from a cultural front, you know, we got everything here. You know, we got, if you want capoeira, we got capoeira.
You want avant-garde jazz, we got avant-garde jazz.
You want house music, we got that too. You want just straight finance, and you want to just be a stock market baron, we got that too. You know, you want some of the best food that you'll ever find, we got that too. So we're crossroads, and we've picked up a lot of little DNA and things from different places on all fronts.
Started to know people's names and
Some characters you can't write them. But I've always, my whole life, had a lot of difficulty with these fire plug type guys. And he started looking like he was going to start punching Street Jimmy, who's a guy that hangs around on the street and comes in here. And I said something to him, and he made a move. So I caught him a real nice left, knocked him down, and I never saw a guy make this move before, but on his stomach, he just went, like, squished over, hooked my leg, got on top of me, and started whacking me. And Hawkeye, our doorman, just sat there watching me being pummeled, and Street Jimmy came over and
Making a living hasn't really been what it's been about ever in Chicago. Keeping the ball in the air is what it's about, just making sure that things keep going, remain viable and sustainable. Nobody's too concerned about making a killing or becoming a star. Everybody just wants to keep doing it.
Is that a uniquely Chicago attitude?
I flatter myself by thinking that people in Chicago care more about what they're doing than what they're getting paid to do it.
One of the things people have always loved about Chicago, of course, is the music. And if one guy has defined rock and roll and punk sounds for the last 3 decades, well, this guy, Steve Albini, would have to be a powerful candidate. Member of the legendary Chicago punk band Big Black and one of the most important producers of underground rock, Albini produced some of the most influential music of the last 25 years. The Pixies, Slint, Nirvana, PJ Harvey, to name a few. He takes me to one of his favorite Chicago spots, Riccobenni's, to sample the particularly unholy delights of the breaded, fried steak sandwich.
This thing is...
This is half a sandwich, bear in mind.
That's like 4 pounds.
Yeah.
Wow. We're gonna need a boatload of napkins. There's no delicate way to eat this. You just hoist and go.
The time out of the fryer is also critical. These are still crispy on the outside. This is precisely the way the sandwich was meant to be eaten.
Yeah, that is a thing of beauty and tasty. So you have remarkably unusual for the music industry, remarkably lenient views on music sharing. Your pricing structure as a producer is somewhat against the grain of the usual business model. And you were not living in LA or New York, living on a mountaintop, peeing on the, peeing downwards from a great height. What are you, some kind of a communist?
Well, I mean, I have a healthy suspicion of capitalism as a method. I feel like, left unchecked, capitalism is a kind of cultural sociopathy. Like, for a business to be successful in capitalist terms, it has to do the best possible job of exploiting everyone that it does interaction with. The end game of capitalism is that everything is crappier and crappier and people are more and more exploited, and I have a healthy suspicion of that. So I feel like the social model that I'm comfortable with, it suits my business practices, which is that we're all in the same game. We're all trying to do the same thing. We just want to make sure that things get better for everybody.
Is that a Chicago attitude, do you think?
Well, in my circles it is, yeah. In the punk rock scene and the people who are influenced by the punk rock scene, that's a very common notion, is that You're not trying to extract the maximum, you're trying to make sure that everything carries on.
Is there less douchery in Chicago?
You can find jagoffs. That's a uniquely Chicago word.
Jagoff. Oh, I love it. It's been so long since I've heard it.
If you look for them, you can find jagoffs of all type in Chicago. But the people who are, you know...
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Productive and content and part of an enterprise that is, you know, righteous, for lack of a better term.
Right.
They tend to not just give lip service to the notion of egalitarianism or fairness, but they tend to embody it.
What about the musicians? I mean, how much money does a guitar hero deserve to make?
Well, all of it, obviously, because that's what people are listening to. People are listening to somebody's creative expression.
Down the bar, right? And it's
Some characters you can't write about. I mean, some people are... The drink?
Around here, nicknames have a sick habit of kind of sticking to you like glue. You don't just dodge them, you just live with it. When I used to bartend the morning shift here, him and this other guy used to come in a bit crazy before it was even like 8:30 in the morning. And this one poor guy was here, and they were like on both sides of him, just going nuts. And I'm like, you know, that's it. You know, you guys got to go. But he says, you know, man, you're a real buzzkill. And it stuck to me ever since. I mean, it's carved in stone pretty much, yeah.
Chicago is famously a sports town. The Bulls, the Bears, the Cubs, the White Sox. To you and me, those are just names, but to many Chicagoans, a cause, a defining lifestyle choice. The rivalry between Cubs and White Sox fans, for instance, is particularly vicious.
The difference between a Cub fan and a Sox fan is a Cub fan goes to the park, they enjoy themselves, they have fun. The team wins, that's okay. If they lose, it's no big deal. The Sox fan will turn on their team on a dime if they're not good, if they don't play well, if they don't hustle. But a perfect day for a Sox fan is the Sox to win, the Cubs to lose, and then the Cubs plane crashes.
So to what do you attribute this quality of deep, bordering on murderous hatred?
The hatred is basically from the South Side.
Of course it is.
I mean, they hate us like you have no idea. We don't have that vicious intent to them.
Why the viciousness and hatred?
All right, but to be around Cub fans is to hate them.
All right, let's go, Cubbies. Who's laying down, baby?
I can never bring myself to understand their hatred of us.
So they're cursed. Their historic destiny is to be losers.
And like they say, any team can have a bad century. The Cubs are working on having 2 bad centuries.
Right.
Topo Gigio is a massive Italian-American joint in the Old Town that serves up much better than you'd think old-school stuff like scallops and pesto cream sauce for Bruce here and squid ink pasta with shrimp for Buzzkill. My veal saltimbocca is most excellent, and the long, festering dispute across from me only makes my food taste better.
Is Bruce's attitude atypical or typical?
It's extremely...
Or is he a relative moderate?
It's extremely typical.
I mean, he is sitting at the same table with a Cubs fan.
Well, yes.
No. I drink with Cub fans. I've even had sex with Cub fans. I mean, no.
Well, truth be told, the last time the Sox won it in 05.
Not that long ago, really.
Not that For Christ's sakes, you won
It was
one.
this century.
I've been on this
How
planet.
about this century? We've already won one.
You know, I've been on this
So wait a
planet
minute,
for
though.
55 years. You've won one. You know what? You guys are
where's you
worse
guys?
than Notre Dame fans.
I wouldn't
You're
mind
worse than
winning
Notre Dame
every
fans, I swear to
25
Christ.
years.
You
Well-
cling on to that.
I mean, look, Chicago's a great city.
Yes, it is.
It deserves to win, right? I mean,
The thing is about Chicago sports fans, we got to see the greatest basketball player that ever lived. We were
athlete that ever
in
lived.
our prime. In our prime, we got to see this.
right,
So now we're not holding things up to a higher standard of excellence.
right.
Now here's where the Cub fans and Sox fans joined forces to watch the Bear game.
Right.
That's something we can all agree on.
You both hate the Bears.
No.
No,
We love them.
I love the Bears. We just want
We hate the
Virginia to
owners.
just cash in their chips and just go away.
So let's say the planets the stars align perfectly for Chicago in your view. What does the sports picture look like? Who wins, who loses? What happens?
First of all, there'd have to be some funerals.
There'd have to be funerals.
Several.
Who would have to die?
I would say the owner of the Bears, and then...
Do you agree with this?
Yeah, and if
More or less.
we hate owners.
Yeah, we all are united in the hatred of the owners.
Well, I wish you both luck.
And I had very little to do in the mornings. I just get up. And Roger, he was a very fat guy, always been a very fat guy until, of course, he became ill. But he was an indefatigable walker. He loved to walk. The reason we ended up here was because in the drinking society that we were involved in at the time, there were not many walkers. But Roger was a walker. I was a walker.
Legendary film critic Roger Ebert was a man of mythic proportions in Chicago. A close friend of Bruce, half of the Siskel and Ebert duo, and a regular at the Old Town Ale House, Roger passed away in 2013 after a long battle with cancer.
I've been sort of conducting an informal poll over the course of the week, asking people who Chicago should honor. If you had to put up a statue, you know, of the sort of an iconic Chicagoan who everybody agrees is a good person. And very popular answer, Roger Ebert.
I would say that I'm a little prejudiced, but definitely Roger Ebert deserves all the accolades he's been getting, justifiably so. Roger's the guy that got me to write the blog, and he's the guy that gave me the tips. He was an amazing guy, and I think, of course, had he not become ill and really handled his illness in a way that I can't even conceive of myself handling, I think that really kind of set him apart from kind of the other iconic Chicago people.
The guy, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was an enthusiast. I mean, this was a guy who actually liked going to the movies.
Now, this is not always the case with critics. They don't necessarily love the people or the subject matter they're reviewing. Roger loved movies, and he loved actors. If you went over to his house, he would want to watch movies.
Siskel and Ebert, classic, you know, that is an iconic relationship. They didn't seem to like each other.
They hated each other.
They hated each other.
Yes, I mean, they understood what they had, but a lot of people think Siskel was the alpha.
Mm-hmm.
He was not. Roger had two things over Siskel. He was a much better writer, and he was much better read.
So Roger lived principally in Chicago?
Oh, yes,
Chicago, right?
and he had, believe me, he had plenty of opportunities to leave. I mean, he was offered some serious dough to go to New York and go to L.A.
Why did he go?
In Chicago, favors are worth more than money and loyalty. In Chicago, this is very important. So Roger is one of the most loyal people. He was loyal to his friends, to his family.
Right.
And I don't have any problem understanding why he decided to stay here.
some people must live in great spaces, where the sky goes on forever, where everyone must bend to the land, where to hunt, to fish, to sleep under that big sky aren't activities, but a way of life.
It was between here and those mountains that Cheyenne and Crow battle took place. But I like it. It's very peaceful, huh?
What was it like 100 years ago, 200 years ago?
Oh, not much different. This was never forested. This is the dry side of the river because the primary winds come from the west. Rain tends to blow over here. That brings the snow to the mountains.
Legendary writer and poet Jim Harrison is one of those people. And this is his home.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
Am I as old as I am? Maybe not. Time is a mystery that could tip us upside down. Yesterday I was 7 in the woods. A bandage covered my blind eye. 68 years later, I could still inhabit that boy's body without thinking of the time in between. It is the burden of life to be many ages without seeing the end of time.
Next time you turn off a news cycle filled with shouting bobbleheads, convinced that America is devolving into a moronic inferno, questioning the greatness of your nation, maybe you should come here. Here are your Purple Mountains' majesty. This is the landscape that generations of dreamers, despots, adventurers, explorers, crackpots, and heroes fought and died for. It's one of the most beautiful places on Earth. There is no place like it. Montana. Many have come to claim their peace over the years, but before the prospectors and explorers, there were the Plains Indians. The Absaraka have been master horsemen since they adopted Spanish-introduced Mustangs in the 18th century.
General Blackjack Pershing, he called the Native Americans the centaurs of the plains.
Better known as the Crow, they were once part of the larger Hidatsa tribe. Centuries ago, they split off on their own and wandered or were pushed by conflict with the Blackfeet, Cheyenne, and Dakota until settling here in the Yellowstone River Valley.
That horse became everything to our people.
Kennard Reelbird grew up ranching and raising horses here at Medicine Tail Coulee, which happens to be the exact spot where General George Custer had the worst day of his life. Kennard raises horses for rodeo, for riding, and for this, Indian relay racing.
The athletic ability on them kids are just amazing. The competition is intense.
They travel all over to compete at this collarbone-smashing, skull-cracking, bone-snappingly dangerous sport. Former allies and former blood enemies alike.
Requires a lot of courage.
I'll bet.
And a high threshold for pain. It's representative of warrior mentality.
One rider, 3 horses.
When they're lined up, gun goes off. It's like a spontaneous combustion.
Top speed is around 40 miles an hour. And after each lap, the rider dismounts at full freaking gallop and leaps, hopefully, onto the next horse. Yes, it's as dangerous and difficult as it looks. The prizes at big events run into the thousands of dollars, but really, it's about bragging rights and pride.
Being in motion, in rhythm, in time, and in one with that horse, you develop strength of character. And once they conquer that fear, that feeling of accomplishment is so great. When they walk back from that race, they have this sense of pride and self-worth is sky high. Now they've identified with their ancestors.
Ken's wife, Diane, has prepared a lunch of buffalo steaks, potato salad, fry bread, and Indian pudding made of Juneberry stewed with flour and sugar.
When I looked at my ancestors, they didn't have diabetes, they didn't have much cancer. They were very strong, durable people. And I said, well, I'm going to start eating nothing but buffalo.
Over the course of your life, how much has this area changed?
Quite a bit. We went and picked up a four-wheeler last Sunday, be the first four-wheeler on the place.
Given those changes, what are the Crow people going to be doing in 20 years, 30 years? The horse going to play an important part in the culture still?
I think so, yeah, because what's a place going to be like without horses? I wouldn't want to be there.
Who owns this land? Can anyone really own it? Who gets to use it? These are big questions that cut across traditional ideological lines out here, where they have real meaning, not theoretical meaning. All this belongs to one man, this guy, Bill Galt.
Okay, we're about a half mile from the confluence of Rock Creek and the Smith River.
Galt Ranch is 100,000 acres of grazing land, mountains, cliffs, and valleys. There's also some of the best trout fishing on the planet.
Bill, the water level on the creek looks good.
This is Bill's friend, the author and journalist David McCumber. They disagree on land use, a major issue. Remember when you could do that and still be friends? Lee Kinsey is a professional outfitter who Bill leases some areas of his property to for fishing.
All this to outwit a fish.
I know.
It's amazing.
All right, go ahead. Stop that tip high. Throw that thing straight up in the air. Good, perfect.
Bill's a fifth-generation Montanan whose principal business is raising cattle. He's no weekend cowboy. This is work, and he pays a lot of attention to his land. And a big issue for him, for just about everybody around here, is the 1985 Stream Access Law.
Anybody that could access a stream via a public means could in fact use the stream, even if it was on private ground, as long as they stayed within the ordinary high water mark of the stream.
Widely heralded by sportsmen and outdoor enthusiasts, the law did not go down well with landowners like Bill.
Oh, got him. Something took a bite.
Yep. He's still got a fish right in there, too.
Oh, I see him.
Perfect. Hoop set. Whoa! The fish of the day. Nice brownie.
All right.
Woo!
Beautiful thing. That's pretty. But I will not eat you today, my friend. Not today.
For lunch, a modest protein-centric repast of steak, a Wagyu Angus hybrid bred and raised right here on Bill's ranch.
There's the marbling on a Wagyu steak. That's what makes them good.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's pretty damn tasty, I can tell you.
So you hold an opposing view, is that correct, on access?
The idea behind the stream access law, that if you stay in the water, it's public. I agree with that concept.
But where do you draw the line for private property rights? State were to pass a law that your restroom was public because the public needed it in your house.
Right.
But just because this isn't my backyard doesn't mean it's any less mine than your toilet is yours. We still pay taxes on every foot of it.
I'm an old school lefty, but I gotta say, I kind of completely understand the property owner's point of view here. There'd be no ambiguity in my feeling if I'd inherited this land, it had been in my family for generations, and I looked around at it and wanted to keep it like it is. If I were to go to a bar in town, and I would ask, how do you feel about this issue? Where would it break? What would most people say?
If you're a fisherman or a landowner?
Clearly divided right down the middle.
But, you know, a lot of people are going to say, when I was a kid, I used to be able to go hunt and fish, and I can't now. Stuff's getting closed off. I have some sympathy for that.
Anybody that's not complying with stream access merely has to step into the stream when he hears you coming.
Right.
The spirit of it is, it makes sense.
The spirit of it's thievery.
Yeah.
We own it, and they took it, and that's not stealing it. Without compensation.
I think it's still here.
This is about being a good neighbor, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so if people ask nicely more often than not, you're going to say yes?
We do. Used to be, before stream access, we seldom required somebody to have permission if they just behaved themselves. After stream access is when the outfitters came into the world. Not because we wanted to make money, but we wanted somebody there patrolling and policing it. The outfitters take care of it.
A small stream like this can only take so much pressure.
It really can.
And so we try to manage it, fish it responsibly. And if somebody wants to walk all the way from the Smith 5 miles up to here and do it legally, I say all the more power to them.
That's what I'm saying.
At first look, you'd think this is the worst place on Earth. A ravaged, toxic, God-forsaken hill, threatened from above, riddled with darkness below. But you'd be wrong. Butte, Montana. It is in fact heartbreakingly, poignantly beautiful. The Gallus frames seem eyesores for only a second before it becomes clear why they're points of fierce pride for locals, for whom they signify and commemorate everything.
For Montanans, many people consider it sort of a black eye. I happen to think it's sort of the essence of Montana.
Aaron Perrette was born in Butte. He's a professor of literature and a chronicler of the city's colorful literary history.
There is something beautiful about this city, right?
Yeah, the enduring decay.
Like in Detroit or a Buffalo or Cleveland, you can see the aspirations of the builders or the people who they were building for.
As I've gotten older, I kind of think about it the way Europeans romanticize those ruins in Greece and Rome. Butte is America's Acropolis.
In its heyday, Butte produced tens of billions of dollars worth of copper that built, well, America, that helped power the country, defend it against Germany and Japan. Without this hill, no copper wire, no electricity. At the turn of the century, Marcus Daly's Amalgamated Company consumed its competitors and became Anaconda Copper. By the 20s, the company, as it was referred to, was one of the largest corporations in America, generating staggering wealth by today's or any day's standards. People came from all over the world to make their fortunes here or simply for steady work, a better life.
Cornish, Welsh, a lot of Eastern Europeans.
Croatians, Serbs, very ethnically diverse.
By Montana standards or by any standard?
I would say by any standards, that's kind of a micro version of New York City.
Meaderville was an Italian neighborhood and developed a tradition of supper clubs. Lydia's was opened in 1946 by Lydia Micheletti in the 4 Mile, the valley below Butte.
So what is a supper club? I've heard about this tradition, but I don't really understand what distinguishes a supper club from a restaurant.
At least in Montana, the supper clubs are a variation on Meaderville style. It involves this antipasto beginning.
Sliced beets, sweet potato salad, salami and cheese, side salad, pickled peppers, and breadsticks.
Then when you actually get your entree, you get, oddly enough, ravioli or spaghetti, or here, both, but also French fries.
Odd.
That may be unique to Montana.
For entrees, seared scallops and white wine sauce for Aaron. Me, noticing we're pretty much landlocked around here, I go for the extra thick tenderloin of beef, thank you very much.
This is wacky. It makes no sense.
It is somewhat bizarre to have scallops and French fries.
Yeah. Meaderville no longer around.
No, it's not. It was swallowed up by the pit in the early 60s.
For the first 70 years, it was hard rock mining, blasting and digging tunnels deep into the ground. By the 1950s, mining was moving increasingly to above ground, open pit, which meant fewer jobs and a bigger, more visible footprint. By 1955, the Berkeley Pit had become the largest open-pit copper mine in the world. As it expanded, it devoured Meaderville and surrounding neighborhoods. There was money down there to be dug out of the ground, and that's what Butte had always been about from the beginning. In 1983, the pumps that held back the groundwater from thousands of miles of tunnels beneath the city were turned off. The pit filled with 30 billion gallons of water. And as mine tailings and mineral refuse contaminated the water, it became a giant, insanely toxic lake of sulfuric acid. A monument to greed and heedless exploitation of the earth, and something eerily, if tragically beautiful.
If you're still living here, you've got to have some kind of weird, perverse pride in the pit.
Absolutely.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you nailed it. Obviously, the pit is an enduring emblem of that rapacious capitalist greed, but you also have people here who are proud of where they live. The history of Butte, in many ways, is, you know, this town that should have died, but never did. Part of that is luck, geographically, but also the character of the people here. You know, they endured.
As you might have gathered by now, this is a working-class town, and unusual in that it's a union town, a proudly union town in an otherwise very red state.
Butte is the most interesting, important town in America that nobody knows about.
Bryant McGregor is the owner of the Silver Dollar Saloon in what was once Butte's Chinatown.
So we call ourselves Butte America.
Amanda Curtis, a former state congresswoman, was born of the labor movement. She's a unionist, an advocate for workers, and this solidly union city she calls home.
When you got off the boat in Ellis Island, it said Butte pinned to your shirt. And it wasn't Butte, Montana, right? It was Butte America. We were founded by European immigrants who came from socialist countries with all of these crazy socialist ideas.
Would you say Montana, in a stereotypical way, is relatively socially conservative?
Oh, absolutely. But Butte is a labor town.
Nobody knows anything about union history. You know, they don't teach it. When the country was at its peak, unions were at their peak. When wages were at their peak, unions were at their peak.
That was then. This is now. This is the era of I got mine, Jack.
That's what makes Butte different. It's not I've got mine.
It isn't.
It's
Why?
Truly not. Union is together. We've grown this community out of taking care of each other.
You have to remember what it was like here for workers before unions, if you can imagine. Men worked underground for as little as $3 a day. 10 to 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week. Thousands died over the years in industrial accidents or from silicosis, lungs ravaged by the airborne silica dust.
You don't have any rights in your workplace unless you bond together and have a collective voice.
In a one-company town, despite hiring assassins and strikebreakers, Butte's thousands of workers successfully managed to unionize. Labor costs increased while copper prices slumped. Anaconda responded by moving their production increasingly south, way south, to Chile, where such impediments as labor laws and fair wages were more malleable.
We serve as the example about what happens if you allow unfettered capitalism.
But isn't there something beautiful about unfettered capitalism? Because look, this structure here.
We powered the entire world.
As long as they're making that money in the goddamn United States of America first.
Right.
I feel I'm a patriot. And if you're taking jobs away from America to export them overseas.
You're not.
You're not.
And we've been talking about this for decades in this country, right? Or keep our jobs here.
Yeah.
Time sinks slowly to the deepest part of the ocean, the Mariana Trench. She's tired of light, and there it's pure black.
They say that Butte is a mile high and a mile deep, and to get an idea of what they mean, you've got to go down deep into the hill. An intricate warren of tunnels riddled through the rock and soil that lay beneath the city was flooded forever by water and darkness. The Orphan Boy Mine is one of the few remaining hard rock mines in the city. Today, it serves as a training facility for the Montana Tech School of Mines and Engineering.
There's 5 generations of mining here. In order to survive and provide the resources for America, these people were super skillful.
Jim Keene is a state senator and labor advocate who grew up working the mines of Butte.
How many miles of tunnel under Butte total?
10,000 miles of tunnels.
10,000 miles.
And I've
like
figured,
this.
Like this. Only smaller, usually.
Larry Hoffman is a longtime mining engineer and instructor. Matt Krattinger is the new guy. A hard rock miner by day, he likes to relax by spending his free time down here, playing.
I come mining for fun on my days off.
Okay.
It's one of those things that just gets in your blood. You got a lot of pride in it.
These guys like it underground. And even more, they seem to like drilling holes deep into the rock face.
You want to drill?
Sure.
Pull that out. Now you get to feel where the weight's at on it.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
You do that several hundred times a day. No. It gets good.
Sweet. The community recognized the miner was at the top of the food chain. When I grew up, he was considered just like a doctor or a lawyer because everybody knew he was the one making everything work. The other thing about mining is it's so intensive. I mean, you need engineers, you need guys running ventilation, mechanic or a carpenter or a pipe fitter. It's just such a diverse asset to have all these different types of people. That's what was so good about it.
Mining was always dangerous, but these men are proud of what they do and of the generations who came before them, who built neighborhoods and schools and helped power the nation.
They loved their work. They raised their families. They worked all the time.
It was a destination with hopes and dreams of hard work leading to a better life.
You know, the company's a son of a bitch, let's face it, but they were our son of a bitch. So you know, that's just the way it was. The community worked to support the people. Here's the fun part.
Cool.
How many holes do you usually drill
Oh,
to make a round?
Between 20 and 30.
What is a round?
This pattern has to be drilled out. And every time you advance the face, that is a round. You drill it, you load it, you blast it, you muck it, you bolt it, you drill it again. And that's a cycle. We're in the loading process right here. They call collar priming or top priming this hole. Quit, still away.
Back in the day, it was dynamite. But in the 60s, they started switching over to this stuff: ANFO, ammonium nitrate, and fuel oil.
Okay, so we got everything charged up, loaded. Now we get to time it. This is kind of where I got hooked on mining. As soon as I set that first round off, it was, how do we do another one?
Dude, fascinating.
This is where it all starts.
All right.
Right here.
Everybody got everything out? Four seconds of silence.
All right, everybody's good? Everybody's ready?
Yep.
All right. Fire in the hole!
One, two, three.
That's deep.
Welcome to mining.
That's deeply satisfying. Oh, yeah. Very cool.
Can we see the smoke?
What is that, vented out?
Yeah, the smoke will start moving towards us. You gotta get in the smoke.
Oh, yeah. Smells like victory.
This is the smell of mining.
We'll see if it all works as planned.
That shockwave is awesome.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
This is like being an astronaut right now. You're gonna go in there and you're gonna be the first person in the world to see what you're seeing. Right.
Did you break it?
Yeah.
Nice, huh? Happy with your work?
I'm very happy with it. Everything came out just the way it should.
Well, that's another 6-foot advance.
And that is around.
Beautiful thing.
Yes, it is.
I fell in love with the dark and the blowing things up and the people.
The people's a big thing. You meet some of the most interesting people.
About 1/3 of Montana is public land. It was set aside for the people of the United States of America. Generally speaking, it is intended for multi-purpose use: timber harvest, grazing land, hiking, fishing, hunting, and mining. These open lands are important to hunters and anglers like Dan Bailey. He's the Montana representative for Pheasants Forever, an organization working to conserve pheasants and other wildlife through careful management.
So this is a piece of property that's owned by Pheasants Forever. It's open to public access. This is through Montana's block management system. We sign in, they collect all the tags, they know who's on the property.
Today, me and my friend Joe Rogan are going after some delicious pheasant for dinner.
Yeehaw, ladies and gentlemen.
Joe is, of course, the voice of the UFC and the host of the wildly popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. In recent years, Joe has become an advocate for the notion that you should, whenever possible, know where your food comes from.
The connection that you have with your food when you kill it yourself, it's a totally different experience.
I believe that if you choose to eat meat, that there should be a little bit of guilt and shame involved. Something did die. So there should be a sense of loss and an understanding.
Right here, this is it. I mean, you know where your food comes from. That's the smallest circles you can get. Hey, Tony, the 3 things we can hunt here are Hungarian partridge, which is a small bird in the big covey, sharp-tailed grouse, and then rooster pheasants. So no hen pheasants. I'll call out what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for you, because I sure as hell wouldn't be able to identify them.
So we'll get one person on one side of the jaw, one person on the other, and I'll run the dogs through the middle.
Which way they're gonna break, do you think? Anyway, could be any.
Any which way. We're hoping over us. Hen, 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 hen.
What happens if you accidentally shoot a hen? You get in trouble?
For yourself.
You've heard about the walk of shame? So really, you have a split second to determine whether it's a shootable
bird
thing. Okay, well, we're counting on you.
That's a rooster.
I got a shot at that, too. That was an easy shot. Shit.
Some days.
Yeah, one of those days, huh?
Public lands in Montana, we're fortunate we have a lot of them, but, they get a lot of pressure, and so when you get one of these birds, it's pretty special.
Public land hunting is always a lot of work.
In general, anybody and everybody can come out here and chase your birds, so. There's a bunch of birds right there.
Yeah.
See them going through the trees there?
I saw.
A bunch of pheasants just got up. Let's get serious about this.
All right.
We'll take these dogs to the river. Rooster! Oh, nice shot. Dead bird. Gotta get up on that bank.
Who got it?
Anthony got it.
Nice. I missed that one over here.
Good boy. Come, bring it here. Come on. Good boy. Come on, Junger. Nice shot.
Thank you.
Bring it here. Come on. Drop. There you go. Montana rooster.
Good eating.
Bird.
All right, man. Start plucking.
With one in the bag, we meet up with the rest of our party to cook and drink and eat. Lan Tawney is a 5th-generation Montanan and an active conservationist. Hal Herring is a journalist for Field and Stream. The pheasant is cooked 2 ways: marinated in soy and fish sauce, sriracha and lime, browned in butter, and buffaloed like chicken wings, or dredged in flour and Cajun spice, sautéed with garlic and brandy, then braised a bit with stock and wild mushrooms. Collard greens and bacon as a side serve as a nice cleanse.
Man, these greens are good. And the bird's delicious. Oh, yeah. Man, amazing day.
Eating it today.
It was beautiful today.
Why should people in New York or San Francisco who've never hunted, in what way does your access to hunting ground impact on this nation in a positive way? Why should they care?
Well, it's not hunting ground. It's public ground. It's owned by the people of the United States of America.
And I just see our country, it's very nuanced. And private property is bedrock. But public lands have worked.
But you're talking big government stepping in and saying, we're taking all this land and we're going to protect it from exploitation by capitalists.
Public land management is not perfect for anybody, but it's a path forward. It's not happening anywhere else in the world. And the reason that it came here is because we are such a great country.
But as we move into the future, it's going to take everybody understanding how unique it is to America.
To say that hunting and conservation are intertwined
is an absolute fact.
It is an absolute fact, but it is a really painful admission that we are the masters of this environment, whether we like it or not.
As thinking beings, we're the only ones in the food chain that understand the consequences of the imbalance. And therefore, we do have a right to take care of this thing and manage it. When it comes to animals that can alter their environment, we're unique.
You know, I'm not a hunter, obviously.
We hunted all day today. If you take a shit, you're a shitter.
I don't... My daddy didn't take me for the long one.
That's what it is.
You shot that pheasant, we're eating that pheasant. There's no closer connection to food almost than that.
I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding by people that don't hunt or people that call themselves animal activists that we don't love the animals as much as they do. And that's just not true.
We do what we do because we love Mother Nature, we love wildlife, we want people to enjoy it. You know, three of us, we have decided to spend what we do for a living to protect wildlife and to protect access and to protect hunting heritage.
They're fellow living beings that live in a very hard scrabble life. They're howling right now because they killed something, whatever it is. They're letting all the other coyotes know, and they're gonna eat it right now, and that is what they do.
You know, have you ever been out on an open body of water where you're just surrounded by the ocean or the desert? Or here, actually, for that matter. Right. You do begin to understand your place in the universe, meaning at the end of the day, I'm not that different from that pheasant I shot today.
We're all in it together. The elk and me and the wolves, what we do to the world, we do to ourselves. We're all in it together.
As the evening progresses, the bourbon flows and the fire burns down to coals. A late-night vape with Joe, and the earth seems to shift on its axis. Later, stumbling out of my tent, I find myself somehow no longer vertical, looking up at a magnificent bewilderment of stars. Livingston, Montana may be one of the prettiest and oddest towns in America. It's also one of my favorites. Originally a railroad town, a place where cattlemen could drink and philander. Then later, a gateway to Yellowstone National Park. In the 1960s, the surrounding Paradise Valley was a popular setting for Hollywood films, and local ranchers began to see a strange mix of creative types showing up. First to work on films, but later to stay and play cowboy for real. Writers like Richard Brautigan, Tom McGuane, and Jim Harrison. Actors like Peter Fonda, Warren Oates, the notorious director Sam Peckinpah made Livingston their home. The Mint Bar opened in the 1920s and holds the oldest liquor license in Montana. Railroad workers used to drink here. Everybody drank here.
Look at that picture of the bar right there.
Yeah, that picture is this building during Prohibition. It was a grocery store.
My friend Dan Laron is a jack-of-all-trades native son, a hunter, fisherman, and a key figure in the life of the town.
I mean, this is a rough-and-tumble railroad cattleman town, right?
Yeah.
Why did they put a railroad stop here?
It was X-far from Minneapolis and X-far to Seattle. It was kind of middle ground, 700 miles that way, 700 miles that way.
Right. who would exemplify the qualities that a preponderance of Montanans would aspire to?
The American Indian, the Plains Indian that lived here before white man, because it was a tough place to live. You know?
When's the last time you walked outside and you looked at those mountains and you said, I possibly live in the most awesome place on earth? When was the last time that happened?
I do. I never take this place for granted. Okay, it's one of the most beautiful places that I've been, and I like to enjoy the outdoors. Take my son hunting.
Right.
You know.
You know that moment when an animal dies and they look at you and there's a look in their face, I always interpret it as, I'm very disappointed in you.
Yeah. Well, as an older hunter, I'm feeling more and more remorse for the animals that I kill. And that's why I use every part of the animal that I can. I have respect for that creature.
I always felt like, look, whatever this thing I shot, I will treat it the way I would like to be treated. I mean, you're gonna shoot me. Please, don't just leave me there.
Yeah, don't just rip my breasts out and throw my ass away.
Yeah, that's a country music song right there. Don't rip my breasts out.
Time. She prepared us drifting through our lives like clouds, riding her like the gentlest of horses. You know, if you're seeing northern lights and a thunderstorm in the east and wolves howling all at once, it's sort of nice. Do you know there are 90 billion galaxies? I get a little tentative when I hear that.
Jim Harrison is a colossus, a legend, and the last of his kind.
People forget children grow up making up stories, and that's all I'm doing as an adult, you know?
He is one of America's greatest poets. The author of 39 novels and books, many set in Montana, including The Legends of the Fall. He's a screenwriter and gourmet. In his food memoir, The Raw and the Cooked, he chronicles many, many epic meals. He has lived a life that can only be imagined. Dan is his friend and confidant, and the two have for years hunted and fished together.
Here's to the game.
His health prevents him from hunting, but not from enjoying a meal of spatchcock Hungarian partridge.
I made a liver loaf with elk meat, elk liver, and pork fat.
Awesome.
Some spices. Gonna have some beets, quail in aspic.
Quail en gelée.
En gelée. Elk carpaccio.
And a morel and chanterelle risotto using a stock made from 10 pounds of roasted game bird bones.
And smoked trout?
Smoked trout, yeah. We caught these on the Bighorn.
You know, this is my problem in Montana. All this primitive country-ass cooking that you local yokels do. Oh, and a risotto with wild mushrooms. It's awesome. Every time I come here, I say, are there others like you?
Yeah, a few.
That risotto is gorgeous.
Excellent. Jimmy, you want to grab a hun right here? Okay, and a couple of morels.
Is writing any way to make a living?
No, not largely.
I try to explain this to people. You have to be either a monster of self-regard, delusional, or just so lucky that, I mean, the forces of the universe are aligned against you.
Yeah, the only thing you can do is if you're just completely tenacious and right in disregard for every outside circumstance that there is. Most people look in the mirror and say, you know, I'm getting old or something like that. But Shakespeare, the poet, said, devouring time, blood thou thy lion's paws. That's a little better, huh?
Nice view. I cannot complain about this.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? Around half a year here and half a year in
Arizona.
Arizona.
Real interesting culture. Ever-present Border Patrol, which I tease a lot. I'll be hunting and their Border Patrol plane flies over and I run under a tree like I'm hiding. And then their vehicles start swarming in. They say, "Harrison, you asshole." I said, "I'm trying to keep you on your toes."
What was it about this place that hooked you?
Well, I'm claustrophobic, acutely so. So Montana's about the best place you could live. You never feel hemmed in. Any direction you could go, miles and miles. It had been very hot for 3 weeks. So I worked well into a cool night when at 3 a.m. a big thunderstorm hit. The lightning was relentless 200 years ago when the Cheyenne from the east attacked the Absaroka in this valley. A group of the Cheyenne were Masom, the wolves of heaven, warriors who painted themselves solid yellow. I want to be a yellow wolf of heaven. They disappeared into the lightning.
To Georgia.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la, sha-la-la-la-la-la.
Georgia is probably a place you don't know much about. Few Americans, I suspect, could place it on a map. It's small compared to the superpowers around it, but vital. Its significance far exceeding its relative size. For nearly 70 years, it was a Soviet republic, and since independence in 1991, Georgia has been on a wild and often deeply troubled ride as it struggles to attain and maintain democracy. There has been a civil war, regional strife, and numerous provocations and invasions by Russia. Geopolitically, it's located in a hotspot, a strategic crossroads surrounded by Russia, Turkey, Armenia, oil-producing Azerbaijan, and just a short distance away, Syria and Iran. I wanted very much to see Georgia. But in November of 2015, I was having a very tough time getting there. The hard realities of a television production schedule required me to be in Georgia's shiny new version of Vegas on the Sea, Batumi. But here I was, stuck in Istanbul. Hurricane-like weather conditions grounded my flight on the other side of the sea. It's an unforgiving medium, television. And a first principle is that 1 minute you're on top of the world, next minute replaced by a younger, prettier face. Somebody hungrier with fire in their belly.
Live from Batumi.
I knew just such a person. Someone who'd been hungering for my job for ages.
Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers.
I'm talking about Samir, of course. Only a short flight away in Moscow and ready at the drop of a hat to jump on a plane and be my eyes and ears in Batumi. I may have misrepresented things a little bit. I may have promised him a recurring role in the show. But I needed somebody on the ground, and I needed him quickly.
This is CNN.
When the producers of the American television program Parts Unknown telephoned me and explained that I wouldn't have to pay for anything I took from the minibar, I was confident this was the break I was waiting for. Maybe this was the glorious future for me in cable news.
You go a little bit to your right, Samir. Right, a little more.
But just when my plan for becoming next Wolf Blitzer are about to come true, Tony arrives, smashing my hopes on the reef of television broken dreams.
Please feel at home. You know, it's like it's Georgia now. It could be another state, right?
Well, how did you get here? Via what route?
Luckily, there is a direct flight twice a week, though, from Moscow to Batumi.
2.5 hours. That's all.
Yeah, just.
Oh. All right. What are we drinking, Samir? This is the important question.
Do you feel like you're ready for some tropical feel? Because I have some surprise of chacha. It's like moonshine.
Okay, I'll try that because apparently I'm going to be drinking a lot of it while I'm in Georgia. This is, I understand.
It's a part of local hospitality, but it's over 40 degrees, like alcohol proof. Welcome to Georgia. Hope it'll be an interesting trip for you. A lot of things to learn.
If we were to go to a casino tonight, for instance,
what do you think?
What is your game of choice? Poker?
Yes, maybe. Or
blackjack?
Roulette, yeah. Blackjack,
roulette?
Maybe, yeah, roulette.
Craps?
Yeah, that's quick.
Baccarat? James Bond played Baccarat.
Not that good at that, but let's see what they have.
Not much going on in Batumi off-season, as it turns out. The casinos are still going, for the benefit mostly of Turkish dudes hopping across the border from their country where such vices are frowned upon.
Brutal. Tough day at the office. As that great philosopher Wesley Snipes once said, always bet on black. Going all in, Samir.
Okay.
Come on back. Come on back. Yes.
It's a good start, Tony.
Let it ride.
Ah. Run, rabbit, run. Shit. Should be some nightlife. I mean, the losers deserve some relief, right?
Yeah, nothing like a loser at a nightclub. And I emanate loser.
Oh,
so let's go.
Let's go, yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Zamir and I suck at gambling with a force equivalent to 1,000 suns. I should have just pulled my pants down and handed over my money the second we walked in the door. But actually, that came later.
mesmerized by this bowl of electronic snakes. Ooh, they're changing colors. Either that or I have a brain hemorrhage.
No, they're changing colors.
Everything's fine.
It's the arena.
Rocky?
Rocky? Da, Rocky.
Too rocky.
Maybe it's time to think of New Year resolutions once we have inspiring moment. Tony, this is an interesting moment of my life. I'm trying to get something going on and knowing your creativity, new opportunities, and this kind of...
But are you welcome in Turkey?
Yeah.
Batumi in daytime is a strange-looking place. Not exactly forlorn off-season, just odd. A mix of what are obviously big dreams and current realities. What is going on here? They're building everywhere. Commercial and residential properties rising up out of the ground every few yards. It goes on and on. I meet up with Zamir at Sazandari, one of the city's older, more traditional joints.
Tony, how are you feeling?
Like something crawled inside my head, defecated, and then died.
Listen, I think we're getting old.
Getting? Though you're looking very svelte, I have to say. I'm impressed.
You must be kidding me.
You look good up on that pole.
Well, listen, if we are on the blacklist again, I think that's the end of my career, but, you know.
It was a brief but magnificent pole dancing career, I can tell you. You went out in a flame of glory.
I wasn't prepared that they're so Puritan kind of, country, and people are kind of, I thought they had some sense of humor, but...
Hair of the dog. Yeah. Yeah, well, so we're eating, what's ashi?
Traditionally, Georgia is the man's world. I mean, men drink, eat, party, and the women normally do know how to make people healthy and alive next morning after heavy drinking. So hashi, it's kind of broth, and it's made of beef, bones, and joints. So the whole idea is just to suck out whatever alcohol still remains.
So it's hangover soup?
It's hangover soup.
Okay.
Oy, oy, oy.
Oh, yeah, there's tripe in there.
Yeah, a lot of joints.
Yeah, no, this is not the first thing I think of for a hangover, actually.
Oh, really?
Maybe this will help.
It goes well with garlic. Did you try garlic?
Yeah, I just dumped a whole bunch of garlic in there.
You think it's marketable in the States as a real hangover dish? I think there should be a lot of clientele.
No.
No, not really?
The hashi is not really working for me, but I absolutely love the chashashuli, a stew of slow-cooked veal with onion and tomato, heavily seasoned with coriander, fennel, garlic, and chilies.
Spicy? I mean, it's really, it's got some good zing in there.
Yeah. Feeling better?
I am.
Good.
So, has the club called offering you a job?
Not yet. I think it's very tough competition on that front. To Georgia, Sakartvelo, it's local toast.
As grateful as I am for him stepping in my time of need, it's time for Zamir to head back off to Moscow. I ain't no fool. The man clearly wants my job. Tbilisi, in the eastern part of the country, is Georgia's capital city, and it's very different in every respect from Batumi's off-season amusement park vibe. It's an old city, founded in the 5th century, but also a very new city. 1.2 million people building their own world, freshly emerged from some very, very dark times. It's a pretty incredible story. Strong, rock-solid Orthodox Christian tradition, a whole hell of a lot of years under the Soviet boot, years of totally Wild West gangsterism, endemic corruption. Now it's a very different story. Tbilisi is changing fast.
So I don't know what it says about a place that since I've arrived in this country, I've been in literally a constant state of, I'm either drinking or hungover.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah.
Is that normal?
That's normal. Yeah, especially for visitors.
They're friendly here.
But it's a friendly kidnapping, you know?
Well, I've read accounts of people who actually were kidnapped in this country who...
Yeah, it happened once with UN monitors. They disappeared.
They came back like 10 pounds heavier and hungover.
They found them in a cabin up in the mountains partying. They bumped into a wedding party and were there for 2 days.
So how long have you lived here?
About 12 years, 12, 13 years.
So you've been hungover for 12 years?
Yeah, pretty much.
Paul Rimple is an American-born journalist, and he's seen it all. He takes me to Tbilisi's old city to eat at the Gabriadze Cafe.
When you first arrived, who was running things back then?
Edward Shevardnadze.
Ah, so the bad old days.
Yes, and it's a real mixed legacy because the nation was still functioning as an outlaw ex-Soviet, nation. And then Saakashvili just kind of emerged.
Right.
And the Rose Revolution happened and, everything changed.
The country has run through a number of heads of state since the end of Soviet rule. First was former Minister of Foreign Affairs to the Soviet Union, Edward Shevardnadze, who was ousted in 2003. But to get a handle on Georgia today, you must understand the importance of one man, Mikhail Saakashvili. After Shevardnadze, he was elected president in 2004 and began to change everything. Misha, as everybody knew him, transformed the country. And by making friends in the West, in Europe and the US, he gained a lot of attention, both good and bad. In 2013, though, he was ousted by the Georgia Dream Party, who are still in power today.
Most Americans watching this show will have a hard time even locating Georgia on a map.
Yeah.
What do you think people need to know about this country?
2 things in Georgia that are untouchable. The church, don't mess with the church, and don't mess with Georgian food.
Don't mess with Georgian food?
Yeah.
Don't mess with the church. Okay, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But to the food, why?
Because it's tradition. Don't mess with tradition.
I'm quickly finding that the cuisine here is really good, really complex, with sweet sour notes that are reminiscent of, I don't know. I just know it feels hauntingly familiar yet utterly new and delicious. Salad with orange, almonds, and honey. Grilled lamb ribs with pomegranate sauce. Slices of fried eggplant wrapped around a walnut filling. And shik maruli, chicken slow baked in an oven and then simmered in garlic and milk.
That's good.
And Georgians will tell you there's no alcoholics in Georgia. No alcoholics.
Right. Do you believe that?
Absolutely not.
How do I get out of drinking? How do I avoid chugging Jaja?
Say you have a heart condition.
A heart condition?
Yeah.
Nothing short of that will help?
No.
Jeez.
There it is, perched on a hilltop overlooking the capital like the lair of Ernst Stavro Blofeld, the Bond arch-villain. Helipad? Check. Private zoo? Check. A big shimmering glass box owned by Georgia's richest man, Bidzina Ivanishvili, known variously as the good oligarch and as the mysterious guiding hand behind, well, everything. Seldom seen in public, Ivanishvili, after making billions in Russia, went into politics in his homeland, creating the Georgia Dream Party. and ultimately becoming prime minister in 2012. Not everybody is on board, however.
Դիանա ակցիա դասուլգա սուր რამდენიმე წუთის წინ ակციის მონაწილეების კონკრეტული მოთხოვნა იყო ის, რომ საქართველოს ხელისუფლებამ უნდა რუსული გაზი არის ძვირი, რუსული გაზი არის არასტაბილური, გაზპრომი არის პუტინის შანტაჟის იარაღი.
Known as the Angry Bird, Tamara Shagolishvili and her pro-Western, decidedly anti-Russian Defend Liberty coalition are in vocal opposition. Recently, a move by the ruling party to sign a deal with Russia's Gazprom for all Georgia's oil needs has caused dissension. We meet at Sofia Melnikova's, a much-loved bistro for the most loved, perhaps most iconic Georgian dish, khinkali.
I understand that Georgia is not Tbilisi, but looking around Tbilisi, compared to 2008, life looks good. There's money in the streets, shiny new cars.
No, well, the thing is that, yes, things have changed. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Georgia was the country that suffered the most among the former Soviet republics economically. I mean, economy totally collapsed. Corruption, became, just a normal way of living.
Truly a pretty miraculous transformation, unlike any place.
It happened because people wanted it. I mean, and there was this demand. That's why revolution took place.
Oh man, look at that. Wow, that looks sensational.
Yeah.
Big, fat, juicy soup dumplings filled with spicy, cumin-jacked minced beef in hot, rich, potentially scalding broth.
You have never tried that?
I have never. No, I'm new to this country.
According to traditions,
yes,
you're eating it with fingers.
Okay.
I mean, that's the whole thing.
So, wow, these are terrific.
I mean, this is not something very sophisticated to eat.
Who cares? This is a very religious country. People identify themselves closely with Christianity, family-based.
Exactly.
And there seems to be a point beyond which the population will not go. And to come around to Comrade Putin, he seems to understand this very, very well.
The way Putin operates is that, first, Putin emanates strength. I mean, he's a bad guy. I mean, there is a consensus.
Right.
80% of Georgians believe that Putin is a very bad guy and Russia is a threat.
Right. But he's on the winning side.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a winner. So they don't judge winners. Then they say, okay, we're bad, but West is worse. I mean,
but are they wrong?
Of course they are wrong.
Wherever you find a traditional, religious, conservative society, you find a countervailing force. Georgians, as a rule, are passionate about tradition, about the way things are supposed to be done. But that doesn't mean there aren't rebels here. People pushing hard against the status quo. Daring creative souls like Chef Takuna Gachecheladze. At Culinarium, she's taking to extremes the notion that Georgian food is in fact a fusion of all the past influences of the many forces who've made their way and forced their way through the tiny country. She's focused on the next generation.
Something that was said to me early on, what I need to know about Georgians. Don't speak badly of religion, and don't mess with the food.
For me, without innovation, tradition will die, because we can't eat the same dishes what we used to eat in the beginning of the century, because then the people did go for the hunt for 2 weeks.
Right.
And now we're sitting in front of computer, and we can't take so much fat. It needs some lighter version of it, and I'm trying to modernize Georgian cooking. I think you're hungry, so now we have to cook. This is the queen's soup. with the caramelized onions and then the svanuri salt.
Really good.
It's very good for hangover.
Oh, good. That's good because I have a hangover.
It's more soups.
Like this all day.
And then we're gonna drink cha-cha and you don't gonna have a hangover at all.
On my way to a new one.
This is Georgia, you know? You have a
learning.
hangover,
Every
you're
day.
curing yourself every day, and then next day you still have a hangover, and then you're curing
Oh my
yourself.
God. I mean, I'm an amateur.
I think we have to do the one shot. It's gonna help you, and it's gonna help me.
Why not?
Why? And some wild trout tartare.
That's delicious. So when you first started departing from the classics, what was the reaction from people?
What do you think? It was big, like controversial. Even my grandmother, she's like, when I try these new things, I just, why you have to do this? And this is the very popular dish, chakapuli. And then from love of chakapuli, I'm trying to make people eat mussels because the mussel is not very popular.
Beautiful mussels, too.
Yeah, we have very good mussels. So we need now one more shot. So.
Are there some Georgian dishes that should never change?
I always feeling very strongly to preserving original dishes. It's good to have this original version,
Right.
but I'm giving the other option to do something new. In my vision, it's always to have a choice.
Look, it's a beautiful city. The countryside is fantastic. The people are nice, and the food is really extraordinary. Really, really, really something special.
It is.
The drinking, however, is a problem.
Drinking.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Tbilisi is one thing. An increasingly modern city, smart cafes, boutique hotels, shops, galleries, the inevitable spoor of hipsters. But outside the city, it's not so different than it always was. Agrarian, traditional, things done the way they've always been done, the way it's believed they should be done. Until you reach the bizarro world along the border. Only 90 kilometers northwest from Tbilisi, in villages like this one, Kurvaleti, where tiny Georgia's predicament comes clearly and brutally into focus. Over there, the Russian-controlled breakaway region, formerly Georgian, of South Ossetia. The Russians took it in a 5-day war in 2008. It's Russia now. This side of the wire is, at this precise moment anyway, Georgia. But who knows? The border has been known to inch forward unpredictably, often in the dead of night, to the point that families have gone to sleep in Georgia and woken to find themselves living in Russia, swallowed up overnight. Before 2008, Kurvaleti was home to more than 60 families. Today, just 9 families are left hanging on.
So that cow is in South Ossetia, both of them. There was a story actually on that an old lady basically woke up and her cow appeared to be on the other side of the fence because they did it during the night.
Right.
And so she would walk up every morning and would milk her through the fence to get her milk. It can be that bad, yeah.
Journalist and fixer Dima Bit-Suleiman covered the war here 7 years ago and continues to report from the region.
So, like that house...
They had the misfortune to go to sleep
It's
in
basi-
Georgia and wake up in Russia.
Exactly. But look at this. You see this? This is where the Russians sit. And that is the base, probably communication base. So they're probably now watching us. And the sign says, attention, state border. So that's something that appeared recently.
Thoughtfully in English.
The main problem to me is that we're like a couple of kilometers away from the highway. Moving this border and blocking this highway would stop all the activity in the country, basically. So right now, the Caspian oil and gas go through Georgia, and that's the only route.
Right.
Except Russia, I mean, bypassing Russia.
There's an implied threat, you know?
That's the main
You're saying
thing.
if I can do this, I can certainly go all the way right down to the highway, at which point...
Basically, there's a pipeline just here.
So this is really a hand around your throat.
Absolutely, every day. That's why every 50 meters, or even meter, which may be not that important for the whole country, like short-term economic point of view, it doesn't matter, right? But in terms of political threat, every meter is another step towards a catastrophe.
We're here for a Supra at the home of Ushangi and Makvala Kokashvili. A Supra is like a feast, super traditional. A pig is dispatched and broken into constituent parts. The neighbors pitch in, helping to make 3 different varieties of a traditional cheese-filled bread known as khachapuri, variously stuffed here with potato, beet leaves, and stewed cabbage.
And there's one thing that we always do in Georgia, we eat fresh herbs, always. And this is homemade wine.
There is, I gather, a very formal structure to these toasts.
Quite. For the first few toasts, at least, 7-ish, I would say.
Well, you sort of lose the plot after 7.
No, no, 7 is not a lot.
Here's how a typical Supra works. It's more formal than it looks. Custom must be observed. Certain rituals performed. Proceedings are led by the tamara, or toastmaster, often the head of the house, the big cheese, the dude, but always the guy with the best rhetorical skills and the guy best able to stay sober while all around him are, well, not. Because there's a lot of drinking in a Supra. It's required. In this case, our hosts have called upon Igor, their next-door neighbor. After each toast, your glass of wine, or cha-cha, God forbid, must, and I mean must, be drained completely and refilled to the rim. You're toasting some pretty heartfelt, serious shit here, so hang in there and show some respect. Which is tough, because the drink receptacles can grow larger as the toasts progress. To like this horn, for instance, which is used because you can't, even if you wanted to, put it down anything less than empty, because it'll like pour all over the table. So drink up. Then there's a mug, and so on.
To Georgia.
Then it's time for the food. Roast stuffed goose.
Wow, look at that.
And shashlik, grilled kebabs of pork with a sour plum sauce. There's also korma, a slow-cooked stew of the pig's heart and liver with onions, bay leaves, and parsley.
It's good bread.
ისი არჩევანი რო გაგვიკეთონ, რო გითხრან, რომ საერთოდ ჩვენ დასავლეთს ავირჩევთ, იმიტომ ჩვენი შვილების მომავლისთვის.
If we have a choice, we prefer West to Russia, because the future for our children is much better there.
But they're still here.
მაგრამ აქ არიან რუსები.
იყვნენ.
We're not afraid.
რუსებიც იყვნენ, მაგრამ
They're here, but we sleep peacefully. Without fear. And he says, if they come, we'll be here. We'll meet them here. It's been 6 years we couldn't go to the graves.
ანუ შავ როგორც ჩვენ შვილებს გავამოწოს, კარგად იყვნენ. შენ შვილს დავლოცავ, ღმერთმა დიდხანს გიცოცხლოს და ჯანმრთელობა მისცესკო და აი შენ შვილს გავამოწოს. ღმერთმა ჯანმრთელი გაგიძებდა და შენ როგორც გინდა ისეთი ყოფილიყოს.
That's the guy. I don't think I can do this.
მარა უმოქნებას. პატარების სადღაც უნდა დალიოთ.
შვილიანები ვართ.
პატარების სადღაც
Working on it. I'll get there. I'll get there.
That's hello.
The wine region of Georgia is called Kakheti, a beautiful area east of Tbilisi made up of foothills and valleys below the Caucasus Mountains. In the hilltop village of Signagi, there's a well-known restaurant called Pheasant's Tears. The chef is a local guy, Gia Rokashvili, who works with what's from the area. Nothing too fancy, but always soulful and delicious, and always served with local wines.
I like to show off my country. You know, I want to sometimes scream, look, this is my country, come and visit. And maybe it's part of my culture, part of my personality. Yeah, we are just proud of our country.
Now, you should know this about me and the people I work with. We don't like working with officials. We avoid tourist boards, official advisors, government employees. We certainly don't hang out with ministers of the countries we're shooting in, who always have an agenda and always want to skew our perspective on our subject. But Keti Bokorishvili is an exception. She is the Deputy Minister of Economy, a remarkable woman, more remarkable for the fact that she's a unique holdover from the previous administration. She goes on and on, never stopping in her efforts to convince the world that Georgia is the place to be. And if you spend any time with this ferociously smart woman and her friend, gallery owner Tamuna Gavabaridze, you will understand and forgive us all of us on the crew, for becoming completely beguiled.
I like the food already. Love the food.
Okay, good. Food you like, I hope wine you like, and then if you like skiing, then that's the place.
And you have to dance also, Georgian dances.
Really? I'm a really appalling dancer.
No, you will do that. You know, you will do
Now I'm frightened.
2-3 glasses of cha-cha and you're ready to dance. Yeah, you can do.
Enough cha-cha. Anything is possible.
I'm gonna toast, take this breath. Let's toast for I'm spontaneously thinking right now to achieve our goals and dreams.
To dreams.
The ladies convinced us to make the 90-minute drive to this village and this restaurant, and well, I'm quite happy they did. By the time I've had some more of that delicious and lethal cha-cha and many glasses of delicious Georgian wine, after boiled beets and a wild plum sauce, and freshly foraged mushrooms with chili pepper and mint and tarragon, baby lamb stewed in its own fat with cumin, then cooked together with wild rice, biryani style, and delicious tanis puri, bread straight out of the outdoor tandoor-like clay oven. After all this, I am convinced. I am co-opted. I am recruited. Count me as a useful idiot, a witting agent of the Georgian Ministry of Tourism, for I may as well be.
But I have to underline also that Georgian people are very optimistic, very cheerful. They always see, future in a very, and that drives them.
Optimism. Not a lot of it in this world right now. I visit a lot of countries. People are usually helpful and friendly here. How shall I put this? People are really good looking here.
Okay, look at us.
It's the sort of thing you notice.
Do you know how you look like?
No.
The director, American.
David Lynch? Really? He has better hair.
I'm so happy that he says that he likes Georgia, really.
Why would I not?
You're becoming a Georgian, be careful.
We are all humans and we all love each other. So we can sit around the table and we can just love each other. And especially with the help of wine, we can love more.
You know, Georgians also like to drink for peace because peace was so important in our lives. So
I think we need to change
Freedom.
to freedom.
So, Tony, now it's your turn to say the toast.
To this extraordinary place that has managed against all odds to endure all these years against so many powerful forces. To two magnificent women.
Thank you.
In the Skneti neighborhood, just up the hill from downtown Tbilisi, is where Georgi Gelovani is hosting a dinner. The food's being prepared by Mariko Gubaladze, the chef of the city's beloved Black Lion Brasserie. And it is going to be epic.
How did you find this?
Well, it's really good.
Not too salty for you?
No, no.
We love salty cheese.
So do I.
Okay.
It's great for your hangover.
They say that about a lot of things here, I notice.
A variety of Georgian appetizers served pre-dinner, kind of like meze. Spinach with walnuts and wild capers, pickled carrots, cheese curd with roasted hazelnuts and mint, roasted eggplant seasoned with coriander. This thing is amazing. Karcho, stewed chicken, cooked slow with ajika chili sauce, onions, and the oft-used Georgian spices, marigold flower powder, and blue fenugreek.
A lot of what we've been talking about since we got here is, will Georgia continue to look west, or will it, as the Russians would prefer, look to the east?
It's not like the last 200 years or something. It's throughout the existence of Georgia, even though we were surrounded and we had like our immediate neighbors were Turkish, Persian, Arab, or whoever else, or Russian, okay? The bias has always been towards, with Europe rather than with the East. We believe that we were part of that culture, however distant we might have actually been.
By regional standards, people don't lower their voices here when they give their opinion, more or less. Okay, it is as...
We never did.
That's it.
Honestly speaking, I think we've done better than many of the Soviet republics.
So, what will it be like in 10 years? I mean, are you optimistic?
Absolutely.
I'm always optimistic.
Optimistic?
Mildly optimistic.
Not so optimistic.
Not so, yeah. I would say if Georgia is still independent, I'm very optimistic.
Right. Right. Oh, and the next one is absolutely... and the next one is supposed to be for the children, right? Come on.
Or the life.
Or life, yeah.
To dreamers.
Dreamers.
Polyphonic songs are pure Georgian. Eerily reminiscent, though, of mariachi music. They're about pre-Christian things that have always been here, since the beginning, like wind and forest spirits and lost love. Hauntingly beautiful and otherworldly, kind of like Georgia.
request from the audience.
Naglakbay ako sa ating magandang mundo, nadamang maraming sa balikan. Nakita ang ganda ng aking mundo, halina't tumayo muna rito.
Twas the week before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Actually, that's not true at all. Metro Manila, bustling, sprawling Southeast Asian capital of the Philippines, home to somewhere between 12 to 20 million people, the world's most densely populated city. But it is Christmas.
The sound of carols fills the air.
A twinkly, festive wonderland where the mostly Catholic population take their holiday season very seriously.
Merry Christmas!
Because Filipinos are, for reasons I have yet to figure out, probably the most giving of all people on the planet.
Hello.
Think I'm talking shit? Keep watching.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're the band called Keystone.
OFW stands for Overseas Filipino Worker, and they are one of the Philippines' largest and most important exports. People. Go abroad, make money, improve the quality of life for the whole family. All over the world, the Philippines sends architects, doctors, construction workers, nurses, housekeepers, nannies. The entire Filipino economy relies heavily on the money sent back by more than 10 million OFWs, roughly $30 billion a year, or about 10% of the nation's GDP. Until recently, after domestic workers, the largest category of OFWs were musicians. Like Filipino cover bands. They're everywhere. On cruise ships, in hotel lobbies, bars, and of course, in Manila, where the competition is fierce and the penalties for not getting a beloved biker favorite, like, I don't know, Billy Idol, can be severe.
Shotgun. It's a nice day to start again. Come on, it's a nice day for a white wedding. It's a nice day to start again. Come on.
Know this, pampered rock and roll stars. At any given moment, somewhere in the Philippines, there is at least one person, and probably many more, who can step in and do your act better than you. And after only a couple of hours practice. It is true that I lie to my daughter and tell her that Ronald McDonald has been implicated in the disappearance of small children. That I sneer at fast food, revile it at every opportunity. But I am also a hypocrite. Because to me, Filipino chain Jollibee is the wackiest, jolliest place on earth.
Hello, hi. Could I have a jolly spaghetti with the hot dogs on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also, chicken joy. Thank you.
Sir. Jolly afternoon.
Welcome to Jollibee. There are over 900 of these things all over the 7,000 plus Philippine islands, and a whole lot more internationally, wherever there are homesick Filipinos. There's a Jollibee in New Jersey, by the way.
Nagyayaya ang ngiti, di na nga mapakali. Halika na, tara na, doon na nga ang punta. Labas lahat ng ngipin, sumagbida ang saya. Dito tayo, kung saan bida ang bata. Sa Jollibee na tayo, mas matunog, mas masaya. Sa Jollibee na tayo, wala nang iba. Sa Jollibee, bida ang saya. Bida ang saya. Bida ang saya.
I hate mascots. You know they fart in those suits. Oh yeah, chicken and spaghetti, and not just any spaghetti. I think it's like sweet banana ketchup-y stuff with hot dogs. The spaghetti's deranged, yet strangely alluring. Oh, it's not a burger. It's rice. Wait, eat it in a piece? Wait, pour sinister brown sauce? I don't know what it's for. Oh, that's awesome. That's what you do with the brown stuff. I hate myself.
Hi, Mom. Jolly afternoon.
Did I mention it's Christmas? The 7,000 plus islands that make up the Philippines rank #1, according to internet scienticians, when it comes to celebrating the jolliest time of year. Holiday cheer begins a full 100 days before the 25th of December, which means there's a lot to do in this town, especially if you like crashing other people's parties.
All right, party start.
Welcome to the 7 Continents Travel and Tours Corporate Christmas Party, held in the fabulous banquet room of the downtown Pearl Garden Hotel.
Outstanding.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Very Catholic country?
Very Catholic country, about 80-something%. Christmas starts in September.
Really?
It starts in September. You go to the mall, you start hearing the carols, and then it ends
I would lose my mind.
Yeah, so at 12 midnight of September 1, everyone greets Merry Christmas on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's a lechon on the menu.
Yes.
I have very fond memories of the last time I had lechon in the Philippines. In fact, not to kiss your ass, but it is the finest pig I've ever had. Amazing.
Providing these babies to holiday parties is big business. And standards here, where pork is king and the lechon the best in the world, very, very high. Today, our little friend is prepared the old-school way. Turns slowly on a spit over coals for hours. Oh, delicious, delicious lechon.
you know, during this time of the year. Because a lot of Christmas parties, and the lechon is always the star of the party.
They gauge how grand the party is by the presence of the lechon. So if you have 2 lechons, you must be a big shot.
Man, that is good pig.
So, my name is Jimmy Belleza. I'm the HR director. And I'm also the happiness guru of the Philippines. So, we have to be happy in the season to be jolly.
The taste of Christmas.
All right, guys, ready?
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh.
As we all know, one must, at a holiday party, drink. Then get drunk and tell off the boss. This I expected and was prepared to do. But the games, I was a little surprised by.
Wow, ladies.
Musical chair.
Then, if I remember correctly, I totally kicked ass at a game of drunken musical chairs. But I can't be absolutely certain. I told them I was Bob from accounting.
Damn, girl.
When they find out, things could get awkward.
Hello. Hello, hello, please.
One halo-halo.
Thanks so much. Thank you, ladies. This is wonderful. I don't even know what half of these ingredients are. I mean, it's delicious, but how is it made? What's in it? Let's find out.
Halo-halo.
Halo halo means mix mix,
Banana.
and it is delicious.
Nata di coco. Mongo.
Looking good.
An icy, milky, technicolor concoction of sundry sweet mung beans, candied fruits, and gelatins.
Sweet coconut.
Oh, yeah.
Milk. Delicious, delicious.
This is a wonderful creation. It's not that kind of like, I have to let the Fruit Loops marinate in the milk for a while. The milk kind of tastes like this. Yeah, you want one?
Thank you.
That's okay. Very satisfying. Yeah, I recommend it. This looks really good.
Night in Metro Manila, and I'm ready for my single favorite Filipino street food. Possibly the best thing you could ever eat with a cold beer. I'm talking, of course, about sisig. Hot, sizzling pig face with a runny egg on top, and bitch, you better ask somebody because nothing is getting in between me and this spicy, chewy, fatty goodness.
Gonna mix it up and go?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. There's a lot of sisig restaurant here, but here's one is the best.
This is really, really good.
This evening's dining companions, cover band, Regatta. You may remember them from such epic office Christmas parties as last night's.
This is the Christmas season. A lot of Christmas parties?
Yeah.
There's a lot.
A lot of work? This is a good season for you guys.
It's a big season.
All over Southeast Asia. Any hotel lobby, any hotel bar, there's a Filipino band.
Exactly.
And that is true.
And I've sat there drunk and challenged band after band. Shirley Bassey, no problem. All of Dark Side of the Moon, no problem. All of Guns N' Roses, no problem.
And that is true.
Music and singing are a huge part of life in the Philippines, so making it as a cover band, being sent abroad to perform, is a big deal. But one thing remains the same always. To succeed, you better be able to pick up new material fast.
Whitney Houston, Celine Dion, Tony Braxton,
And of course,
Beatles,
don't forget the
and
people.
Elvis Presley.
How many songs in your repertoire?
On my
Around how
repertoire,
many?
Like 1,000 already.
And if you don't know it, you pretty much can fake it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 years from now, where would you like to be? Where would you like to be playing?
That's a good question. Like, my biggest dream is to play in Las Vegas, the US. This is my dream.
When we get to the dream, you know, playing at Las Vegas, we want to play first. When we got there, we are the champions. If we get there.
Merry Christmas, everyone! Merry Christmas, everyone!
Despite initial appearances, the Philippines is not all holiday cheer, warm hellos, and dancing bugs. The Filipino national martial art, Kali, is among the most brutal, the most remorseless defense systems going. It was developed to deal with some very harsh realities and a very tough, very bloody history. 3 centuries of brutal Spanish colonial rule. Invasion by the Japanese. Near the end of World War II, American forces bombed Manila, pretty much leveling the city. Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos's extravagantly corrupt regime. Martial law. Although the Philippines has remained a democracy since then, it can seem, at times, fragile.
Now, you're both photojournalists.
Yep.
Based out of Manila?
Yeah, me. Mark lives in Mindanao.
Mindanao. Now, does a journalist need to carry a firearm in this country?
For me, yes.
In the Philippines, a press badge is no defense, particularly in the south of the country, where Mark Navales lives and works.
Mindanao has been war-torn for the last how many years? Because of the radicalization of recent years, this growing specter of ISIS, Mindanao is fertile ground for that.
Now, traditionally, the argument against journalists arming themselves is that journalists have always been able to portray themselves as non-combatants.
Yes.
There was some presumption that they would not shoot you.
Yeah.
But these days, people seem to not make that distinction.
Yes, dating back to the Marcos years even.
Since 1992, 77 journalists were killed.
Politics here can be deadly. Just before Christmas in 2009, the Maguindanao massacre claimed the lives of 58 people, dozens of whom were journalists. It was the single deadliest event for journalists in history. Mark was the first one on the scene with a camera.
There is no system of justice. There is no government attending to your needs.
Nobody's coming to save you, is that what you're saying?
No one's coming to save you.
You know, I have my family, I have my small kids.
Yeah.
For me, my last recourse there is to defend myself.
Look, it's very much a do-it-yourself culture. You can see that.
Right.
You see it in people's homes, the way they just stacked one on top of each other, built out using spare bits of metal. And it's like, nobody else is going to give it for me. I'll build it.
Right.
I'll make it myself.
Right.
There's a lot of poverty in this city, that is for sure. But there's not a sense of hopelessness or rage. You know, they decorate. You know,
Yes.
They may not have much, but they decorate.
Yes,
they sweep the street.
There's still a sense of humble ownership, in the sense of this is my home and it's going to be safe, it's going to be fine.
We're seeing some forecasts calling for up to 1 meter of rain. This is a super typhoon, and that means sustained winds well above 200 kilometers per hour.
In any metropolis, you find all the good and the bad in the world. Manila, being bigger than most, has plenty of both. Yet this is a nation of 7,000 islands, and I really wanted to see at least one more of them. But I learned about something Filipinos are only too familiar with: the typhoon. So it looks like it's going to be Christmas in the city.
Thank you. Cheers.
I never meant to be so bad to you. One thing I said that I would never do.
name of the band is?
Keystone.
Keystone.
Yes.
How long have you been playing together?
Around 5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
All right, guys, here we
Awesome.
go.
Hey.
A double's in the house.
Yes. Looking pretty.
Thank you, thank you.
As one does, I dragooned the band Keystone in a lunch, assuming correctly as it turned out that one of these young punks would know how to make a good adobo.
Is there a single authentic adobo recipe, or does everybody do it differently?
Everyone would stake claim to having the best adobo, but the basic ingredients, I think, will remain the same. So it's garlic, pork. We can now add the chicken, vinegar, peppercorns, bay leaf, soy sauce.
This adobo is amazing. I mean, it's really, really good.
Oh, man. Thank you, thank you.
Delicious. And where did you learn to cook adobo?
I learned this from my mom.
So the answer, as always, to who makes the best adobo is Mom makes the best adobo. Okay.
That'll
All
be
right.
the safest answer.
All right.
Mom.
Filipinos like feeding people.
Yes, yes.
What else do Filipinos like?
Filipinos are hospitable.
Music.
Everybody
knows how to sing.
Everybody knows how to sing. They don't necessarily have to be in tune, but they want to sing, they like to sing.
We've been listening to music like on a very young age.
I'm the drummer for the band, but I'm not actually formally trained. Up to this day, I don't even read notes. But I could memorize a song. If you gave it to me like in a day, I could play
Well,
the whole
that's
thing.
pretty much you have to, right? I mean,
Yeah.
now, you guys have played abroad?
No. we have
No?
not, yeah, so it's one of the goals, actually.
5 years from now, where would you like to be?
Hopefully, we get to play for a bigger crowd, you know, because I think the fulfillment for me is actually getting more people to enjoy the music.
Filipinos speak about home with immense pride and love. And if you're an overseas Filipino worker, longing.
Good looking.
Especially during the holidays.
Oh, come in, come in. Hello. Merry Christmas. God bless you. Hi.
It's always, always about family in the Philippines, or anywhere you find Filipinos. For Christmas, of course, everybody, those who can anyway, gets together. Like family matriarch Aurora and her daughter Annalyn,
Okay, Annalyn, you're a big help.
and Amy and Ruben, her adopted children.
Amy, can you hand me that bay leaf? Wow, it smells so good.
Also cousins, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, even some great-grandchildren.
La, 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 la. I love cooking. I really love cooking. Kari-kari is one of the favorite of the Filipino people. And to make a kari-kari, I use tripes and I put the oxtail on the pressure cooker.
Wow, wow, wow.
Now the peanut butter.
Here, the peanut butter, mother.
Peanut butter, please. No more, no more. Now, the banana blossom. The eggplant. The eggplant. Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. Here is the kare-kare. I hope everybody will enjoy this. Okay, it's time to eat. Amen. I'm hungry. Although we always say ladies first, I think we'll serve you.
It's okay this time? Just this once. So good. So how long have you been back in the Philippines?
In the Philippines, 3 years.
3 years now.
Yeah.
Where have you worked? Hong Kong for 5 years?
For 5 years, and then I went to America. I stayed there for almost 30 years.
Aurora is recently back in Manila after most of her life spent abroad.
What kind of work were you doing?
I did the housekeeping, you know, and babysitting.
The money she sent home put everybody here and many, many more through school, lifted them up to a more comfortable life.
And you left family behind
Yeah.
to go out there and make money.
That's never an easy decision, a painful, painful choice. Aurora's children, now middle-aged, are finally getting to know their mother.
Okay. Bring in the food inside.
Many, many, many Filipino women like you who had to leave their families, go abroad.
Yeah, absolutely, it is.
Her 3 children. My eldest is about 4 years now in Qatar. Then the other one is 2 years. And then the other one is in Hong Kong.
Working conditions for OFWs, particularly in some Gulf states, can be punishing at best, abusive, or worse.
I'm a single mom with my 2 grandchildren. I really cried a lot, especially this holiday season.
Still, due to lack of opportunity at home, many Filipinos have little choice but to go somewhere far away. Find a job, money.
But hopefully, in a few years, you think they come back?
Yes.
Yeah, I hope
really
so.
ask them to go home because I'm not getting younger anymore. I need them with my side. I tell them several times they call me up, please get home soon. I need you.
Any Filipino watching will recognize this immediately. The Balikbayan box, a Christmas tradition, a way for OFWs to show loved ones, though separated by oceans, that you miss them, that you're still out there. What's in these boxes? Whatever you can send. Little things you'd casually give to a loved one if you didn't live on the other side of the world. This facility alone sorts thousands of these boxes a day during the Christmas season. Just one of hundreds of facilities like it. Some 5 to 7 million boxes a year. That's a lot of love.
So how many relatives do you think you have in America?
In America, oh my gosh.
Florida.
Seattle, California, Albert.
My ate, my elder sister, is in California.
In Hong Kong, we have at least 10. 10.
Yeah.
And then Dubai around 8. And Qatar.
I'm at this Christmas gathering today because of one of our directors, Eric Osterholm. It was Aurora who raised him. For over 20 years, she cared for and loved Eric and his sister, looked after his whole family.
Eric sent me a letter talking about you. I wanted to read you what he said. Aurora is such an incredible woman. She has an infectious and loving energy that is so powerful. I am 100% the man I am today because this woman literally raised me from when I was 6 months old, singing to me, dancing with me, wiping away my tears, cooking for me, and making me laugh at every turn. Unfortunately, like so many Filipinos, her story is not all smiles and love. She had to choose a life away from her daughter and thousands of miles from her family. There are literally thousands of people around the world, me included, who have been influenced by her endless kindness and love.
Filipinos give of themselves, of their time, their money, their love to others. They do and continue to do what needs to be done to survive.
Edelweiss, Edelweiss, every morning I greet you. Small and white, clean and bright, bless my homeland forever. Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow, bloom and grow forever. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever. Oh, this is from Albert. Oh my gosh. Wow! Oh, look at that! Oh my gosh! You cannot have it. Is that so much? Yes.
That's my name.
I really hope you enjoyed the simple gift I sent, and I know that my heart is with you always. I love you very much, Albert.
Kölsches Grundgesetz. Het is wie het is. Het gut wie het gut. Het het nog immer Jod hier. Wat fort is fort. Het blief niks wie het war. Kennen wir nicht, brauchen wir nicht, fort damit. Was willst du machen? Mach het Jod, aber nicht so auf. Was soll der Quatsch? Trinkst du ihn mit?
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
They say, and by they I mean people from around here, that Cologne is an ugly city. This is quickly followed by the proud statement that the people are nice, that they're welcoming, tolerant, kind, open to new things. I never saw Cologne as ugly at all. I always saw it as, well, charming, in the least patronizing sense of the word. I mean, the city charms you. It takes you in. It makes you feel welcome. Maybe it was the non-douchey beer culture here that appealed. I don't mean beer culture in a judgmental neckbeard hovering over you, waiting for you to decide between craft beers way either. I mean that here decent beer is a way of life. It's a birthright. You don't talk about it too much. You freaking drink it. Beer here means, more often than not, Kolsch. Heinz Grune has lived in Cologne his whole life.
Cheers oder Prost?
Prost.
He does marketing for several German breweries, so Kolsch is an integral part of both his social and business lives.
Kolsch is not a brand. What is this? Anyway.
Let's call it a style. It's a pale ale, and people love to drink it in high amounts.
Malzmühle Brewery has been slinging beer non-stop for the last 150 years. Democratic, utilitarian, welcoming to all people with a powerful thirst.
I love the whole style, the little glasses. Is this unique to Cologne?
Other regions of Germany, you won't find such small glasses.
Right.
They start with 03 to 05.
To the giant.
Yeah.
You know, if you have a giant thing of beer, it's like piss warm by the time you get down to the bottom.
Right. But here, it's necessary because it is not very carbonated, and the foam disappears in minutes. There are guys who drink it in one sip.
I'm not sure of the exact blood absorption rate of alcohol, but I would think that if you're hammering these things back, it's hitting your bloodstream at the perfect rate.
Maybe we have to name them alcoholic, but they are accustomed to it.
There are certain iconic accompaniments to beer drinking when in Cologne, like Methappen, which is minced raw pork with onions on a roll. Or Halfhahn, which is simply Gouda cheese on rye.
This is really good.
Now you see how it goes, no? You get a Kölsch without ordering.
I don't like this custom, though. I don't want to know how many beers I've had.
But he has to know.
It's fine. Can he do his own little system? Somewhere around here, I'm thinking, geez, I've got a problem.
It's when the Himmel und Ed, or heaven and earth, hits the table that I start getting deep into my happy zone. That's blood sausage, fried onions, and mashed potatoes with applesauce, which, if you don't like, by the way, pretty much removes you from my will save from drowning list. And then there's this. The dish that almost alone brought me back to Cologne. It was sweet, sweet memories of this stegosaurus-sized shank of cured pork, boiled and boiled until it literally falls away from the bones, steaming and moist, a symphony of meat and gelatin and good, good stuff. God is hiding in there somewhere.
Cologne is a workers' town, you know, so the kitchen is definitely a workers' kitchen.
And yet, it has a pretty liberal, progressive worldview. Where did that come from?
It has something to do with the river. Occupation here was trading. So the Cologne people from the beginning were interested in other people and they took profit of other people. We are not afraid of influences from outside. But therefore, it's also important to have some traditions that are lasting for a long time.
And one of those would be Kolsch.
One of is Kolsch, one of is the dish, and people know that they can come here and it won't change. This place will not change in the next 200 years.
Cologne is or was a predominantly Catholic city, perhaps more Mediterranean in temperament than those fun-hating Lutherans and Calvinists. It's Germany's fun zone, and from November to February, Cologners celebrate Carnival. Partying here has a whole season. An exuberant, anarchistic, batshit wild 40-day celebration leading up to Lent. It can be absolute mayhem. My completely rational fear of clowns, mimes, parades, public dancing, and crowds in general really prohibits me from taking part. These days, Brian Jones could come back from the grave for one night only with the Stones, and Janice and Jimmy and Jim, they could all be there. And you know what? I ain't going. But the Cologners, God bless them, they love it. Oma Kleinman handles enormous crowds of revelers. Fortunately, the madness is still a few weeks away. And this is my old friend Tracy, who had the good or bad fortune, depending on how you look at it, to travel and produce shows around the world with me for many years. Anka is from Cologne and makes me feel better about my carnival phobia.
Carnival. You like carnival.
I do, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
Will jesters and bards and medievally attired pranksters be popping up during my stay here?
You're missing out, you really
Mimes, no mimes, troubadours, jugglers, human statues.
All of them are wearing bonkers costumes and look like shit all day. I don't like it. No, I always get embarrassed about those people.
I hate carnival.
I hate carnival too.
Are there parades?
Yes.
I hate parades.
Okay.
Are there clowns?
You hate clowns.
I hate clowns.
Okay.
Jesters?
Yeah, occasionally.
Festive attire? I have beer right now. I don't need no stinking carnival to drink beer, man. And as I understand it, I'm urged to drink beer as part of a community of beer drinking with other bros. I hate bros.
It's not just bros. It's a whole community of people speaking in dialect, singing songs in dialect.
Singing. I forgot to mention that. I hate that too.
There is another side, and if you open your heart, you would see it.
My heart is a cold, cold place, and there's no room in it for jugglers. What did you think when you heard that I want to come to Germany and go to Cologne?
That's awesome, because Cologne is like the other city in Germany that I can really identify with. It's like I have this love affair with Cologne.
I often say that the places I go, there's a pheromonic decision made very quickly. You step outside the airport terminal and you go, and you know right away. There's something about this place that I think I'm going to like.
A few weeks ago, a friend of mine from Berlin came to visit me, and after 3 days, he just looked at me and said, Anka, what is this? Why are you all so satisfied? Why are you all so happy? Why are you all so relaxed? And I said, I don't know. Maybe it is because everybody's telling us that our city is ugly and Berlin is the big thing. And maybe we have to show with our hearts that we are good people and that we are having fun. And I think the Kölsch is helping us.
For some reason, every time I arrive here, I always feel like somehow that people are more open here to me being American and speaking German. And part of it is this carnival thing.
Really?
Maybe it's my own self-discovery of like being in another place and finally being accepted, maybe because I'm in costume and they don't know right away that I'm not German.
Right, it's kind of like an eyes wide shut kind of a thing.
This is what I came here for, though. Surfboard-sized slabs of veal and pork, filled with many wonderful things, dredged in breadcrumbs and fried in magical, magical deep fat. Now that's a carnival I can get behind.
Wow.
That is unbelievable.
Supposedly, you can split your schnitzel in half, take the other half home, and it's really good for breakfast. It's like the German equivalent of pizza in the morning.
Right, which is a tradition I totally support. Considering it's a beer drinking culture, at the end of the night, will there be 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 people all hanging out like way past the point that they should have gone home? Or does everybody reach a sensible point of intoxication and say, well, you know what? I'll see you tomorrow. You're forcing beers on us. I didn't order a beer. Another one just keeps coming.
Do you know how to make it stop?
Face plant into my schnitzel?
There's an easier way. You do this. That means, like, I'm done.
Yeah, but nobody's doing that.
Not yet. I'm not doing that.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room. We know that Cologne is a proudly tolerant, fun-loving, beer-drinking, pork-happy, and friendly little city. But just a few days before we arrived, Cologne became the focus of the whole argument over Europe's refugee crisis. Cologne, of all places, is now the example for both sides of an increasingly bitter argument over whether Europe, and by extension the world, should turn their backs on the millions of refugees spilling out of Syria, Iraq, and a Middle East spinning into chaos and slaughter. With the bodies of children washing up on Greek beaches and few other countries willing to help, Germany has taken in 1.1 million people fleeing ISIS, Russian and Syrian bombs, and war. One should, I believe, be admired and even celebrated for doing the morally right thing over the probably wise thing. Saker al-Mohammed is one of many who found his way to Cologne. Hani Zaitoun helps refugees as they try to integrate into German society. This is unsurprisingly easier said than done.
Getting to Turkey, no problem.
Yes.
Turkey to Greece, problem.
Getting to Turkey is now a problem.
Right.
But at that time, it was not a problem.
Next went from Greece to Macedonia, is that correct? Welcome there? No. Serbia? No. Were you welcomed here?
Yes. Very welcome.
So here we are, Cologne, one of the most liberal, if not the most liberal cities in Germany. A city doing the right thing. And on New Year's Eve, the whole attitude towards refugees, not just European policy, but the whole moral question was thrown into doubt. Cologne found itself the test case, both example of tolerance and hope, and worst case scenario. Here's what was reported. On the night of December 31st, 2015, witnesses saw crowds of up to 1,000 men, described as predominantly Arab and North African, near Cologne's central train station. Some broke off into small groups, assaulting hundreds of women as they left the train station. Police were completely unprepared. The situation continued, reportedly, for hours. 3 weeks after the incident, the official numbers were as horrifying as first reported. 766 criminal complaints, of which 381 are sexual offenses, including 3 rapes. Many across the world, of course, saw this as the perfect "I told you so" moment. A sadly understandable reaction. There is no minimizing 381 sexual offenses in one night.
big an effect is this going to have on the situation?
So all Syrians that I knew were totally condemning what happened. And we absolutely cannot tolerate something like this because it's not a part of my culture, it's not a part of what...
Do you think it will change the political climate is what I'm asking? Before, it was relatively easy for a German politician to say, look, have a heart here. Let's do the right and moral thing. And it is being used as a club to beat any politician or leader who would like to have a more conciliatory or more welcoming attitude towards people who clearly need help.
Refugees are human beings, and some of them are good, and some of them are bad. There is 500 refugees who did this, and they're pretty bad. It's the fault of those who did it, but it's not the fault of the refugees. It's not the fault of the Germans.
The infrastructure exists more or less to handle this enormous influx.
An integration of 300,000 would be easier than integration of 1.1 million that entered in 2015. This is a challenge not only for the Germans, but also for those who came to integrate in the community. It's something that have to be work on from both sides, not only the Syrians, but also the Germans. The Germans are willing to, because they're pretty well organized.
Germany and Cologne had reason to believe they could pull this off, absorb all those refugees from a culture very different than their own. Here in Cologne, the Turkish presence is larger than any other in the country.
As I understand it, during the 60s, 70s, the German industry essentially recruited in cooperation with the Turkish government huge numbers of Turkish workers. Was that the beginning of the sizable Turkish population?
Yes, it was. Like my grandfather and my grandmother, they came here in the 70s. My parents, they started to work in a company, like in a wool company. Everybody has almost the same story here in the third generation.
Melik Yaprak's grandparents were among the first wave of Turks to arrive in Cologne. And to a great extent nowadays, Turkish food is German food, the way Italian, Eastern European, Jewish, and Chinese have become American food. Rocky to start.
Prost.
Prost.
That brings me back.
Yeah. This brings back Istanbul to us.
Yeah.
When we go there, we have always rakı in the Bosphorus, and here, this is like Istanbul feeling for us.
Yeah, me too.
And meze, spicy mashed vegetables, tzatziki, hummus, beetroot and olive dip, fried eggplant, pastries with feta, meatballs with tomato sauce and mint.
Whoa, that looks really pretty.
I don't think that you have any problems with spicy. Yeah?
No. I like very much. Since you were born here, how Turkish do you feel and how German do you feel? And when does that equation change? Are there times that you feel like I'm not part of this, or other times you feel, oh, I'm definitely part of this?
That's a question I'm thinking about all my life. In my heart, I'm Turkish. In my head, I'm German. I'm glad that my parents wanted to have a good education for me, but still at home, they were Turkish, like Turkish traditions and Turkish thinking. So I was always on both sides. And now I'm adult enough to pick the best ones from both sides.
Growing up here as the child of Turkish immigrants, how did you feel at school? You felt German?
Yeah.
So why do you think Germany's good at that?
The Germans are very correct people. They want to have everything on the point. They don't like surprises, so they organize everything before.
It's almost a cliche that it's organized.
It's not a cliche, it's organized.
Grilled minced lamb basted with hot tomato sauce and slathered with melted sheep butter and yogurt. Roast lamb with feta, bulgur, and roasted vegetables.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Dankeschön.
So, if you graduate from university here and choose to live in Cologne, could you afford to live here?
Yeah.
So it's reasonably affordable.
Yeah, but because of the refugee situation, I think living space is becoming less, like everywhere.
Do you think this is a pretty town? Most of the people I speak to say, well, you know, we're a very ugly city.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I think it's very pretty.
Everything was destroyed after the Second World.
Yeah, but it's not the most beautiful city in the world, but it is not an ugly city, I mean, at all.
I think I'm more with the ugly city.
You think it's ugly?
The buildings are new, ugly, gray, like made up after the Second World War. There's only a small old town.
Right.
I miss old buildings like in Munich.
So 20 years from now, will Cologne be the same?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it because now it's fine. I love it as it is now.
I don't hear that a lot. If you go to San Francisco, Rio, they're pressing problems. Or that the character of the city is changing. The character of the city does not seem to be changing.
No, it stays as it is.
If there's one musical movement or one band that represents Cologne better than this one, I don't know what it could be. Created in 1968 with Holger Czukay, Jackie Liebzeit, Michael Caroli, and this man, Ermin Schmidt, Can was at the forefront of what was called inevitably the krautrock movement, combining the sounds and attitudes of classical, avant-garde, rock, and funk.
So you moved here, how old were you when you came?
64.
Interesting time, 64.
It was a very interesting time. It was the time of where Cologne was really blossoming. It was the art town in Germany.
Ermin studied with Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, but it was a trip to New York City where he was exposed to what Lou Reed and the similarly classically trained John Cale were doing with the Velvet Underground that would prove to be the catalyst for Can.
64 was still pretty early days for cultural ferment, I guess.
But not here.
Not here. So,
not here.
So the question is, why here? What was it about Cologne?
Well, I think it's this generation which were like me. We grew up in this after-war terrible destruction. And that was the generation which started to create something new. There was bubbling from everywhere.
We're having dinner at Ox und Clay, part of the new Cologne dining scene where chef Daniel Gottsleich plans to kill us with deliciousness. Grilled scallop with black salsify, a consommé of burned hay, lemon gelée, and walnut oil.
When you began Can, what was the initial reception?
In the beginning, they said that we are not able to play music. We were dilettantes.
But I mean, you were all technically proficient, accomplished musicians.
We were all, except the guitar player, who was the youngest. But Holger, Jackie, and me had a musical career already behind us of 10 years. For us, it was important to create something by more or less listening to the other and intuitively trying to create something spontaneously. We didn't even plan to become a rock group.
Was there a precise moment at which you crossed the line, in which you all looked at each other and said, wow, I guess we're a rock group now?
I'm not sure we ever said we are a rock group.
Grilled lobster with a dashi of eel, marinated algae, fermented kale, and yuzu froth.
If people were to draw a direct line forward to bands and musicians who were influenced by your music, for instance, you know, people mention the Bowie, Iggy Pop, Berlin period, and a lot of other great work. What about EDM? Do you share the blame?
No.
Is it good or bad?
It's good.
It's a positive thing.
It's positive.
Electronic dancers.
Yes, sure. I mean, you can't anyway classify any style or any kind of music as good or bad.
But it excludes the musicians. Traditionally, is it the opposite of what music should be? Is it all okay?
I have no idea what music should be, because whenever you start knowing what should be, you are already starting a new dogma.
Yeah, I hear you.
There are DJs which make fantastic music, and they make it for a certain purpose. I mean, there is the purpose of this environment, and they fit. Neither the purpose nor any dogma can be used as a judgment for your music.
Braised ox cheeks with marrow, beetroots with mustard, gratin potatoes, black truffle.
You don't get paid for the influence you have on the culture.
No, I wouldn't complain about that. I mean, we never consciously did something intending to make money with. We still have fans which are 16 years old and think this is a music created yesterday, and it's 45 years old.
Does that feel good?
That's satisfying too.
An amazing meal, but you know, the heart wants what the heart wants. And baby, I'll always come back to you. And if history teaches us anything, it's that chefs, no matter how elevated their food, how fine their restaurants, chefs, at the end of a long night, want this: grilled bratwurst with curry. Daniel and his friend Dimitri come here to Freshbud for the bratwurst and spice braten, which is just what you need at this hour. Marinated, rotisseried shoulder of pork.
Mayo. Oh, yeah. Oh, I feel so ashamed.
Drunk or sober, good is good. And I want this. You want this. We all want this, right?
Where did currywurst come from? I mean, this is a truly fiendish idea. It sounds like a really bad idea.
Nobody knows, really.
Nobody knows. It just appeared one day. Ordinarily, I'm totally against mayonnaise on fries.
Yeah, they don't even ask you sometimes.
Really? It was
yeah, they just put it on there.
And they put like 50 cents for the mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Man, that's good. The legend is Cologne is a very accepting of new cultures, accepting of new, obviously, cuisine. Why?
It's a good question.
I guess we have a lot of gay people here.
Mm-hmm.
People say it's like the San Francisco of Germany.
It's a very Catholic town. Catholics are not notoriously, gay friendly. What happened here?
That's a very good question. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know the answer.
It's sort of a nightmare scenario for a conservative. You're saying it's basically immigrants, homosexuals, and artists have made the town what it is. Can I find work here?
As a chef, yes. As a good chef, yes.
What if I were a mime?
There's actually a lot of them here.
Prostitute, work here?
Yeah, a lot of them. This is like the biggest brothel in Europe.
You know, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Smallest and most discreet might sound better. Biggest.
Yeah, well, it's also famous for its parties. So you can probably undercover go to a brothel. You say like, oh yeah, I'm just partying.
Why of all the places in Europe would the largest brothel be in here?
Basically every month there's like a big convention here. So I guess if you're looking for company, maybe that's why.
It's a city of contrasts. I mean, on one hand, it's very Catholic. You would think conservative. If you look at the menus of a lot of the places here, very traditional, pretty much the same menu in a lot of the places.
Yeah.
And yet, then there's your place. They're all doing well. It's very confusing. I need more beer.
Yeah.
3 more? Please.
Yes.
No problem. That's what I like to hear.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cologne, you gotta love it. They support artwork that might get you punched in the face elsewhere. Performance artist, painter, and cooking enthusiast René Stessel works and lives here. His current project is called The Restaurant of the Egoists, where you dine alone with a full-length mirror across from you at the table. Which is weird, right? Oh wait, let me get a selfie. Did I Instagram my food yet?
The restaurant of ignorance, it's a question. If egoism, it's a bad thing, or it's also a good thing. I found out, or it's fact that it's also a good thing, because simple example, if you help a guy sitting on the street needs money, you give him the money. You helped him, of course, but you help yourself feeling happy, feeling lucky because you helped another. It's a kind of energy, a kind of engine who makes people helping other people.
Kleine Glock has been a hangout for Cologne's artist community since the First World War, which seems like a bad business model, but it seems to work. They like artists in Cologne.
You can feel free with the way how you think, and it's all about the Colognians. I don't know why the Colognians are like the Colognians,
right,
but they are the most tolerant and open people I met, and that makes it easy for artists because you can go onto the streets and really make experiments on the street with your art, and nobody sends you the police.
Are chefs artists?
No. No. There is a connection between painting a picture and doing a sauce, because you have to find a balance, and this is the only one connection.
I happen to agree with you. As much as we might like to think of them as artists, I think chefs are proud craftsmen or artisans. I think there's one chef who I would argue is an artist. I would hold up Ferran Adria as an example of an artist.
As I know, he don't believe he's an artist. No, he says, I'm a cook.
Yeah, but I think he's wrong.
Rheinischer Sauerbraten, traditional Sauerbraten, good Sauerbraten. But Morrissey is going to brown out his shorts. He sees you eating this, because it is, how shall I say, equine in origin. Old Bessie didn't quite make it to the soap factory.
You like horse meat?
Yeah, I do like it, actually. This is one of the few places that still does it.
Yeah.
The arbitrary decisions we make about what animals we're going to eat, even I do. You know, 15 years I've been eating all over the world.
Yeah.
I've never eaten dog.
If you are cute as an animal, you are lucky.
I think it's the eyes, big eyes. It's not food.
Too bad they're out of panda today. That would piss some people off. I kid, no panda. Rene is hitting the schnitzel hard, and I see he has opted for the egg on top.
So Cologne, proud of its attitude towards art, artists, different cultures. Germany's accepted somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million refugees. How do you realistically say, welcome to Germany, and we're all going to learn to live together? Can that be done?
It could be done, of course, but I hope that all the right-wing people will not develop. And this is, for example, a job for an artist. Maybe we should go out 100 people with Nazi uniforms and walk through the city. Maybe this kind of actions will just make the people remind on the time and what our grandfathers did wrong. We really have to take care that we don't fall back in these structures.
But we kind of are.
We are on the way.
We are here necessarily. We're well on our way.
I'm allowed to be naive and
honestly
talk about utopias. It's a kind of utopia, just the fact that the whole world will mix up with each other, that in, I don't know, 70, 80 years, there will be no white people anymore, and only cappuccino-colored people.
Look, that's the only way. This is the only solution. My way of thinking,
mix up,
it's our only hope, is our way out of this.
Yes.
It's going to take some time, but it's really the only way. This sort of Singaporean model where everybody's so mixed up that you really don't know who to hate because everybody's so hopelessly intertwined, but we're a long way from that.
The tortured relationship between Cologne and its sister city, Dusseldorf, is a study in differences. Most notably, the beer is different. The attitudes are different. It's, if you listen to partisans from either side, a short trip, but another planet.
Do they speak a different language here or something?
Yes, it's a different dialect.
It's not an accent. The actual words are different.
Yes.
The words are different, the spelling is different, and also the meaning of some words is different.
And the beer, most importantly, the beer.
And the beer, yes. In Cologne, we have a pale beer, a light beer, and here we have a very dark beer.
Right.
It's called Alt, but it's not old, as the word Alt means.
Right.
It's surprisingly fresh.
Fresh. I would like some fresh beer.
Yeah.
Uriga Obergariga is another one of those old and awesome German institutions designed to serve maximum number of people, the maximum amount of beer, and pork products with maximum efficiency. Look at this. Opened in 1862 and able to serve hundreds of people day and night, it's a marvel of orderliness in an uncertain world. Heinz and his friend Judith introduced me to Alt, the completely different beer these Dusseldorfians drink.
It's quite good.
Yes.
And me, as a Cologne person, I must admit there is a lot more taste in this beer than it is in Kölsch. Unfortunately, after 3 or 4 of these beers, I'm full.
So as a utility, everyday beer, Kölsch has definitely got an advantage. You can just drink it all day.
Yes, but the Düsseldorf people, they are accustomed to it, so I think they can do 10 or 15.
Pickled eggs, peel, cut in half, remove the yolk, add mustard and a bit of oil and vinegar, return the yolk, and go.
Perfect for beer drinking.
It's work, but it's worth the effort.
They make you do this yourself? I thought it was a Cologne they're supposed to be, you know, working class. I mean,
Yes, this is working class.
There's not a lot of love between Düsseldorf and Cologne. Why can't we all get along?
There was a battle in the 13th century.
Right.
And Düsseldorf won the battle, and that was the moment Düsseldorf got a city.
Right.
The city rights.
Right.
Yes. They have a different history, of course.
Right.
They are a little bit more administration, a little bit posh.
Much more posh.
How would they describe each other? Oh, all of those people in Düsseldorf, they're all stuck up. They care about outward appearances, and they're all administrators, and they don't really work, or I don't know. I mean,
that was a perfect explanation.
Cabbage and Metwurst, which is simply kale and sausage, and delicious. And spicy pork goulash with rye bread.
God, that looks healthy. Well, kind of.
There's one difference as well. When I was a little kid in Cologne, I never heard the word Düsseldorf.
What do? They say the other place?
No, even not that. It was not part of our conversation, of our thoughts, of our...
Your world.
Of our world.
Really?
The first times when I came to Düsseldorf, I learned that the Düsseldorf people, they look to Cologne.
Yes.
Because
yes.
it's a smaller town, and Cologne is more in the media.
Which city's better?
Yeah, only one answer, that's true. Cologne, for sure.
Why? What accounts for Cologne's, some would say, un-German, relaxed, and open style? One explanation might be the dead Roman theory. I have suggested that the presence of long-dead Roman legions enriches the soil, making for good wine and a propensity for frolicking and drinking that wine. It is, I hasten to add, an idiotic theory, but I want it to be true.
Cheers.
Maurizio Arca here is German-Italian, sort of.
You've been represented to me as Italian, but you're Sardinian.
Yes, I am.
Now, this is a whole different thing.
It is, definitely.
My father-in-law and his whole family are from Nuoro.
Really?
So I am well familiar with Sardinia, and I know that, you know, this is not a dialect, this is a language.
Yeah,
and there is some ambivalence about whether they even consider themselves Italy.
They don't consider themselves as Italian because they always been left alone by the state. And I don't know Italy. You know, I've been in Siena, I've been to Rome, I've been to Milano, but that's it.
So Italy is more foreign country than Germany?
Yep.
You couldn't find me an Italian. I mean, what the man?
Trattoria Bar Celentano doesn't look like much, but what they're serving is deceptively good. Antipasti, grassi, carpaccio, tomatoes with pepper, parmigiana, grilled zucchini, mortadella.
The Italians came during that period, I guess, in the 70s, to work in factories, along with the Turks and Eastern Europeans and everybody else who came in.
Like my dad did, for example. He worked in a car factory near Osnabrück.
Was your neighborhood Italian or mixed or German?
It was mixed. There were like these homes made for the guest worker program. You know, all immigrants were like stuffed in there.
And integrated?
Yeah.
Meaning the Italians didn't all live together?
Not all Italians, but lots of immigrants, like Turkish people, Italian people, surrounded by Germans.
What did they think of the food, your parents? Like when they first said, look at all the cabbage and the potatoes and the giant hunks of
they
pure
love
pork.
potatoes, that's for sure.
Right.
But all this other stuff like Haxen, they don't like that stuff.
When you came home from school, what did your mom cook for you? Italian or German?
Just Italian.
Just Italian, that's just no surprise.
And spaghetti alla vongole. So life is good as far as I'm concerned. Give me a good spaghetti with white clam sauce, and I don't need much more. Maybe some wine.
Everybody here says the same thing. We are open-minded.
Yeah.
We try to be fair to everybody. We are welcoming. We're proud of that. That will never change. Do you think that the refugees who are coming here, that they will be integrated into German society as efficiently and as gracefully as your family was?
I'm not sure, because times are so different to the 80s.
But look, Germans are organized.
Organization is just one fact. You need to control to handle this, but
look, all of the people who were involved on New Year's Eve, do you think that if they get work, that if people are kind to them, if they're given housing, do you think eventually Germany will figure it out?
I'm not that optimistic, to be honest, because I'm convinced that it's not a German problem. Right. It's a world problem. It's a European problem. We're all stuck in the same boat.
Some places surprise you. Even if you've been traveling nearly non-stop for 15 years like me, there are places that snap you out of your comfortable worldview, take your assumptions and your prejudices, and turn them upside down. They lead you to believe that maybe there is hope in the world. Senegal is one of those places.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la.
At first, you see what you see in so many places in Africa. The noisy streets, busy markets, the controlled, consensual chaos of daily commerce. But look just a little bit longer, a little bit deeper, and you'll see it's so different here from its neighbors, from anywhere, really. A rebuke to those who paint a whole continent as a monolith of despair, or Islam as something to be feared. Senegal turns simple-minded assumptions and prejudice on their heads at every turn.
How did you come to know and like and love this country?
I think it was just listening and watching and thinking, gosh, this is quite different to all the other countries I know. For a start, the language. You've heard Wallo?
Yes.
Sometimes you think people were quarreling.
Right.
And they're not. They're loving. They're laughing.
Ophelia Quist-Arcton is the NPR Africa correspondent. She's of Ghanaian descent, but has made Dakar, the Senegalese capital, her home for over 10 years.
The Senegalese are easy to get on with, and they care about you. And I guess that's what we all want as human beings, isn't it? To be loved, to be cherished, and I found that here. I won't be here forever, because I'm from Ghana, but I will be visiting forever, because there are no two Senegals. I mean, c'est vraiment un pays extraordinaire. I think the Senegalese are extraordinary, they're open, they welcome you, and for me, that about makes a good place to live.
I fear I come with this assumption that Senegal will be yet another failed state, or yet another state that has gone through a really terrible post-colonial period that never really, that transitioned badly.
You'll know that Senegal is one of the few countries never had a coup d'etat. And I think that just makes such a huge difference to a nation. We're in a 90+% Muslim country.
Right.
Their first president, a Catholic, who governed for 20 years. And of course, there were elements of repression, but not as we've seen in many other African countries.
Europeans first reached West Africa in the mid-15th century, bringing with them the usual things: an industrialized slave trade, subjugation, the rule of the many by the very few. In the carving up of a continent, it was France that got Senegal. And commanding a favored status within France's West African colonial holdings, the Senegalese gained full rights as French citizens in the late 1800s. With independence in 1960, power passed bloodlessly and with stunning cordiality. Though overwhelmingly a Muslim country, Senegal elected Léopold Senghor, a Catholic, as their first president. And from that time on, Senegal has enjoyed a moderate political and religious climate unique almost anywhere in the world.
But food is great when cultures meet, you know, because the colonial power brought their food culture. I think that's what makes great food. And Senegal is great for that because of its geographical location. It's a crossroad. I think that's what makes the food quite unique here.
Pierre Cham is a chef, restaurateur, and cookbook author who was born and raised here in Dakar. His books are absolutely fundamental references when investigating Senegalese cuisine.
This is Senegalese favorite fish. It's called chof. It kind of tastes like grouper, so I think we should have it. Grilled fish.
Senegal has famously delicious food, flavors and often ingredients that should be eerily familiar to any fan of Southern cooking. We meet at Cour de Cassation Beach, serving food just the way I like it. A shack on the water, catch of the day, cooked up out back.
This whole thing is illegal, actually.
Right.
They don't have
But
a
I mean, they
license.
continuously operate. I mean, it's
But every
technically...
once in a while I come and it's closed, the police shuts them down.
Right, and then they come back.
And then they come back, you know.
Oh, these are supposed to be good, right? This is local beer.
It's
It's the finest of the local beer.
Well, it's considered the people's beer. It's the cheapest one.
Oh, well,
yes.
figures. I'm a cheap date. You want to hide these?
Actually, they just put it under the table, actually.
You know what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Welcome to Dakar.
Thank you. So, I'm really interested in your story. I mean, you were born here.
Yeah, right here in Dakar.
Right here in Dakar. Went to New York.
Yes.
I mean, I'm jumping ahead some, but...
First job in New York was a restaurant job, like
of course.
every immigrant.
Right.
You know, I was a busboy, actually. But from a busboy, just fell in love with what was happening behind the kitchen, because, you know, I come from a culture where kitchen is a women activity, you know, so it's like I've never seen men cooking.
What was the type of cuisine you were learning?
Mostly American, continental American, and then it turned into Jean-Claude was French bistro.
Right.
And from Jean-Claude, Boom opened around the corner. It was like early 90s.
Wait a minute, Boom on Spring Street.
On Spring Street.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, I used to work at that store before it was called WPA. So we work in the same restaurant kitchen.
The same kitchen.
Downstairs, kitchen was downstairs. Yeah.
I can't believe this, man, because Boom was really the defining moment for me. And Boom had like this global ethnic / Italian.
So you saw a window to start introducing West African flavors.
Yeah.
And it worked. People were receptive to that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Tonight, we're having yassa, made with the local fish called chof. Cooked simply, on the bone, wrapped in foil, and steamed over the fire. Served with a mignonette-type sauce of onions.
Oh, yeah.
Grilled mussels, sea urchin.
Grilled mussels, cool. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm starving. I mean, I'm really hungry. So, what distinguishes Senegalese cuisine from the neighbors?
I think we have the best food in the continent.
You've traveled in the American South?
Yeah.
I mean, you notice some things about the food?
That's familiar.
It's familiar. I mean, look, like shrimp and grits. Okay, I mean, I've eaten shrimp and grits in Africa many times. I mean, they call it something else.
Exactly. I think the most interesting part of American food is our contribution.
How did you feel when you first turned on TV and you see some, rich white lady and she said, well, we're about to do, this is an old family recipe, an American classic, a traditional favorite. And you said, wait a minute, that's
mine.
That's mine. I mean, happy, proud, pissed off, what?
Oh yeah, proud, happy too. No, not pissed off. No, I wasn't never pissed off. I thought, I think food is such a great way of uniting people, It's like breaking barriers. Food is not only about feeding yourself here. In Senegal, it's a whole culture. The most important value is what we call teranga. The more you share, the more your bowl will be plentiful. It's not how much you have, it's how much you give. That's what matters in Senegal. So teranga is that culture.
The call to prayer, 5 times a day, every day. But Friday at 2 p.m. is the most important. Dakar shuts down as people head to the mosque. The invocation of the muezzin reverberates throughout the city. The mosques fill to capacity. People spill onto the sidewalks and streets. They pray where they can. In Senegal, the majority of people are Sufi Muslims, practicing a mystic form of Islam, which is often considered more tolerant.
Senegal is very different from other countries. We are very tolerant. We also have, in Senegalese family, Christian married to Muslim, Muslim married to Christian. So you don't really know exactly who's Christian, you don't really know who's Muslim.
It is a comfortable assumption that Islam is oppressive to women, that it allows no room for personal expression, that it forces women to hide themselves. These ladies, however, make that argument more complicated. Fama Diouf is a photographer. Umi Nador is a journalist and television presenter. Mignel Tall is an entrepreneur and owner of a group of salons. As the country changes, many, if not most, have adopted the cultural values and styles of the West. However, 2 of these women have chosen to wear the traditional hijab.
A lot of people who watch this, particularly women, look at the hijab in particular as an instrument, at very least as an instrument of male oppression, what would you say to them?
For me, religion is a personal thing. And I decided to get this. So why people keep on asking me every day, why?
Well, I think the simple answer is that what to you is a personal lifestyle choice looks to much of the world like a political choice.
It is a choice for me. Yeah. So some of Senegalese girls, they have choice to wear Western clothes. I have also the right to wear Arab fashion.
In a way, the reason behind it for every Muslims will be modesty. Whether you come from a rich background or a poor background, people should not judge you on the way you dress. She doesn't want you to be like, oh my gosh, I loved her hair. Oh, the earrings. Oh, the watch. No. You see us as something threatening, but we are just here in peace.
What about women's roles here traditionally? In many of the African countries that I've been to, often you will see the man walking up front and behind the wife and the children, you know, carrying the bucket of water or, you know, laden down, doing the work.
I mean, here in the car, you're not gonna see it.
You say that with determination.
Oh yeah, I am definitely sure for that. Okay.
As if you will personally ensure that you won't.
Yes. Seriously, I think it's time for women to change the face of Senegal.
Why not now?
They're not ready for that right now.
Why not? What's missing?
You will have powerful women like arguing for what we call parité here, so gender balance. And then you take that same woman and you tell her that her son is supposed to start cooking and doing the laundry. Laundry is even worse.
Sorry, what's wrong with that?
So for a Senegalese woman, taking care of her man and treating him as a king is part of who she is, and she's taking pride out of it.
It's too easy to be a boy here in Senegal. Nothing.
There's been men in the position of presidential, but we can have also a woman in the head of Senegal. If we don't try, we will never know.
Sometimes we get lucky. We get to do things on this show just because it's a show that are frankly awesome. Like this, a small restaurant in Dakar, the delicious smells of Senegalese cooking coming from the kitchen, a band. One of the most beloved musicians on the African continent, famous throughout the world for blending traditional music of the region with Cuban rumba, American jazz, and R&B. Mbalax, as it came to be known, has had an enormous influence on musicians worldwide, like that Sting guy, Tracy Chapman, and St. Bruce of Asbury, and most famously, his frequent collaborator, Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
start to talk about you when you were age 12, when you started to perform professionally.
Yeah.
But did you come from a musical tradition?
My mom, she's a griot. Griot are the storytellers. They are also singers, rappers, and everything. And I grew with my grandma. She was a big singer. She gave me a lot of things. And from there, going to the school for 2 years, then left the school and start my career.
Tonight we are having a beef mafe, which is a stew thickened with ground peanuts. There are similar preparations throughout West Africa, but the Senegalese version is particularly great. Sear the beef, cook the onion, garlic, peppers, and carrots, deglaze with ground peanuts and broth, bringing up all that good stuff from the pan, then simmer until tender and awesome. Serve hot over rice.
Wow.
Ah.
That looks good.
That's good. Good. Thank you.
Wow, this is very, very good.
The symbol of connection Mali and Senegal is the mafe. These things you can appreciate here, you can appreciate in the Mali also.
So what's the future?
Future?
The future, 20 years from now. Where will Senegal be?
What I hope is in 20 years, Senegal is going to be the place for great and big contribution of what we call Islam.
Do you think there's any danger of the kind of radical Islam that we see taking hold in many places in Africa?
All these people who are using the religion, Muslim religion, to do bad things, I think Senegal have an example. I think this country have models of the religion. This country, you know, you are here, I'm doing my local bisap, and you are with your beer. In country, 95% Muslim. And I think this example can help the world.
I hope so. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Jërëjëf. Merci, thank you.
Time stopped. That's what it seems like in the city of Saint Louis when the sun is at its highest and the streets are empty. 160 miles up the coast from Dakar, the one-time capital was a hub for all French West Africa, an important port at the mouth of the Senegal River.
S'il vous plaît, un baguette comme ça.
Every culture has an iconic, much-loved street food, the kind of thing you yearn for when you're away. We have our dirty water hot dogs in New York. Here, they have nadambe.
Nambe, s'il vous plaît.
What people have described as a bean sandwich, but what is really a spread of spicy lentils on a baguette. You buy your baguette at the bakery, bring it over to the nice lady. She slathers on the good stuff, and there you go. And it is indeed addictively delicious.
Je crois qu'on ne peut bien comprendre le cas de Saint-Louis, la situation de Saint-Louis, on ne peut bien le comprendre que si on connaît bien la géographie. Parce que ce qui a fait cette ville, de mon point de vue, c'est son fleuve. Parce que c'est un fleuve qui dessert 5 États, 5 pays. Mali, Mauritanie, Sénégal, bien sûr, Guinée.
So everything came through here.
Qui sont.
Attitudes about many things are decidedly different here. Where many post-colonial cultures are ambivalent or conflicted about their bloodlines, picking black or white to identify with, here people are proud of who they are and where they came from. All of it.
I'm curious why the post-colonial experience in Senegal is so different than the post-colonial experience almost everywhere else.
I think that the pre-colonial and the colonial experience in Senegal is different also. Not only the post-colonial experience, because Saint-Louis had lots of influences, I think.
Arab,
So,
Portuguese.
before that, Portuguese and English first.
Yes.
They were here. And after that, from the Morocco.
My feeling also is that because we're at the crossing of various roads, independently from the colonization period, makes the Senegalese people very open-minded, very good negotiator also.
Marie-Caroline Camara is a Saint-Louis métisse, Senegalese father, French mother, and she's hosted a lunch with some friends and colleagues, all of whom consider themselves Senegalese first, before anything.
And my feeling compared to other African countries is that maybe it's come also from the Wolof women, because the Métis family here, people were really married. But at least
between Wolof and other groups.
You know, compared to West Indies, where even if people had, some white people had children with their slaves, they were not recognized. Here, all these children and unions were recognized. Yes. So for me, that is very special.
The most richest in Senegal is our culture. It's not petrol, oil, or other thing. I think that is our culture, our type of life, our customs.
Music.
Music, yes, our culinary art.
Okay, so we're eating mulet farci à la Saint-Louisienne.
Lovely.
It's a big fish from the river.
Mullet farci, stuffed mullet, the fish deboned and filled with a seafood farce of fish, herbs, vegetables, and bread, and baked.
It's an amazing meal, delicious.
Amazing meal?
Yes, really good. So, how are things in Senegal today?
How things? What kind of things?
Is the environment good for business in Senegal now? Is it getting better? I mean, there seems to be a lot of money coming in Dakar. You see buildings going up. Somebody's building.
The key thing for me will be the development of businesses. And because when you look at all these young people in Saint-Louis, and there is no companies to employ them, let the young people take a big part of the power, which is not in our tradition, but we need the young people to be strong.
If you could compare yourself to someplace else in another major city in the world.
Yes.
The New York of Western Africa?
The Hong Kong of West Africa.
Oh, no, ouch. Yeah, you're right.
Demba machangayo ni kuilal datsai kuilal sama domje ayo be yo kuilal ma demba machangayo ni kuilal datsai kuilal sama domje feral.
C'est trop beau.
Money. You like it, I like it, we all like it. And there's a flood of green pouring into the developing world. Greed-head foreign speculators for sure, but also entrepreneurs, often educated abroad, but returning to build businesses around a growing middle class. Telecoms to financial institutions to the restaurants that grow up around them. Maquis were once neighborhood working-class dive bars. Now, many are becoming more respectable drinking establishments. The Brooklynization of Africa begins.
Cheers.
I joined Pierre, his film professor brother Christian Cham, and their friend Patma Jauji, a local businessman.
Who is joining the middle class in Senegal? Where are they coming from?
Most of the people are local people who now get proper training.
Right.
And then you have a small group of guys like us who went abroad and are coming back.
Now, a phenomena that I have seen in other countries in West Africa is one where people leave either because of war, oppression, necessity, financial, education, and when they come back, there is resentment. How do they feel about people like you who go and come back?
You know, unlike most other places, over here, there's a tremendous amount of pride in your family. Senegalese rarely go and just cut off.
Yeah, it's true. No, that's true. But in addition to people who go, they send money back home.
There's more money coming from the immigrants than the money that we receive from the World Bank or IMF or everything like that.
Why is this the case in Senegal? Where does this attitude come from?
It's just the nature of the social fabric. It's not an individualistic society.
What about the French colonial experience? That too, was it different than?
It's
very different from Senegal to the other countries.
Because the French used Senegal as their anchor for their colonial expansion. The French then said, okay, you Senegalese, we're gonna train you up to borderline high school education, and you're gonna be the forefront, the fulcrum of our administrative service. So if you go to Cote d'Ivoire, you go to Burkina, a lot of the guys who were running the administration were Senegalese.
I think one of the major differences between Senegal and the other countries, not that we're better or anything like that, but in Senegal, it's probably one of the only countries in West Africa, or probably in all Africa, where I can be from one ethnic group, and he can be from a different ethnic group. But we can talk without French, using a local language and understand each other, because everybody speaks Wolof.
I happen to believe that this world is going to be a better place when more cultures are actually given a chance to be put at the table.
Each generation has its mission. We have a saying in one of the say, Yalla Bakhna, that means God is great. And we always say it when there is no solution. We say, oh, Yalla Bakhna, and you leave it in the hand of God. But we tell people, this is in our hand. This is our future and the future of the next generation coming.
As relatively good as things have been for Senegal, democracy, as it turns out, requires regular maintenance, diligence needed, and the willingness to stand up. Jilly Baghdad is a musician and activist who's doing what, well, the last poets and Chuck D and others have done before him. Say things that are important, loudly, and often. They call him débiteri, and débi is generally grilled spiced lamb, hacked into pieces and served on grease-stained paper with grilled onions and mustard on the side.
Well, that was quick. From the beginning, I mean, was there always like a social justice, political component to what you were doing musically?
From day one. And the first thing we did was go do a campaign called My Voting Card, My Weapon. And we did songs and we did mobile concerts all over the country to raise awareness. And it was the bum rush in the registering spots. Everybody went to register. That's a step. As little as it could seem, that's a step into being conscious of what your power is.
In 2012, then-President Abdoulaye Wade fell victim to the maybe I should be president for life syndrome that afflicts so many of his neighbors. He proposed amending the Constitution so that he could run for a third term, as well as creating a new vice presidential position which many feared he intended for his son. Jilly and many, many young people like him were having none of it. They formed a group called Y'en a marre, or Fed Up, Using music as a draw and a hook, they threw enormous rallies across the country, made aggressive and innovative use of social media, all in the cause of getting out the vote and shutting anti-democratic initiatives down. It worked.
I know that like with this civic movement that we started and raising awareness, I think the African Union of people can start from here, because this is amazing. The new generation will learn from what we've done, and maybe the next president might not be a politician at all. You never know.
Obvious question, why don't you run for office?
No, I'm not an aspiring politician, not at all. But I can see myself helpful for my community. We have everything to emerge. It's about believing in ourselves and trusting ourselves that we can do it.
Lac Rose, known for its pink hue and salt harvesters, sits near the Senegalese coast. And not too long ago was also the finish line for a legendary trans-African endurance race.
Okay? Yeah, great. No problem.
Driving up to 10,000 grueling kilometers from Paris, south through Spain, across Morocco, down the Western Sahara, all the way to, well, right here. The Paris-Dakar Rally tested its drivers like no other race, sometimes driving over 20 hours a day over ground like this.
So this is the same road that the rally Paris-Dakar took.
Jean Hazard is a Senegalese of Lebanese descent who grew up here watching the final stretch of the race. It was a galvanizing event for him. He has since completed the race himself 3 times.
So when I was young, I came with my parents to see the arrival of the Paris-Dakar race.
Yeah.
That's why I like to make races.
It's been 8 years since specially modified true off-road vehicles with powerful engines and cutting-edge designs roared across the desert and through tiny African villages. I, of course, had to try out one of these beasts, and it's about as much fun as you can have while wearing pants.
Where am I going?
Just. It's nice.
Just like this.
First time?
Good pace, yeah. It's like driving in snow.
Yes.
After terrassing around for a few hours, it's traditionally chicken and beer on the beach. We're joined by Jean's fellow Paris-Dakar racers, Mamles Jallo and Abdou Cham.
My friend Mamles made 12 times the Paris-Dakar.
12 times?
Okay. With bike.
Motorbike. On a motorbike? Yeah. Wow. So what happened? It stopped in...
The last race was in 7. In 8...
2007.
Yeah. In 2008, we were at the start, and we didn't start.
That's right.
We didn't
They
start.
canceled the race.
In 2008, officials shut the event down with racers from all over the world at the starting line, a response to the murder of 4 French citizens in Mauritania and to the discovery of potential terrorist threats against the race in the region. The race, now called the Dakar Rally, was moved off the African continent and currently runs much of the length of South America.
But will it come back? What do you think?
Here in Senegal?
Yeah.
Never.
Whoa!
I hope so.
Never.
Why? Why never?
Because these people, when they live, they did it not in a fair way.
So you think they don't deserve to have it back?
No.
But is there still racing here? Within the country? Within Senegal? I mean, you race.
We have, after South Africa, the second circuit in all over Africa. It's very, very, very important for us, for Africa, and it's exceptional for us. How do you like the chicken? It's okay?
Oh, man, it's good. Are you kidding me? Hitting it hard. So you told me before that if I wanted to, I could get in the car and drive to Saint Louis.
To Saint Louis. That way.
How long will that take?
C'est plus court.
Flat out.
An hour and a half.
Let's go.
You're
Let me finish my chicken.
Pierre Cham's Aunt Marie is the matriarch of the family. She often hosts uncles, aunts, sons and daughters, friends and relatives from near and abroad.
Teranga is hospitality. That's the translation. But it's the most important value is really the way you treat the other. Love. You receive love. That's what Teranga is. So today you're our guest, so you'll be treated with our national dish.
Everyone comes together, often over this iconic dish, chebujan, which in Wolof means simply rice with fish. It's pretty much the national dish of Senegal. Today, it's Senegalese grouper, scored and stuffed with a mixture of garlic, parsley, and peppers, then slow simmered in a hearty tomato broth, infused with a funkatizing goodness brought by fermented conch and saltfish, served over rice and vegetables.
I'm going to watch you, and I'm going to do what you do.
Let's do it. Let's go.
The meal is eaten from one communal platter, an experience both fun and instructive, sustenance and life lesson.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that sauce is awesome.
Normally, children are not allowed to talk and to go too far in the middle of the plate.
So they got to eat around the edges?
So you will have an adult, the mother or an aunt or something, cutting pieces of fish or meat for them.
It's a way to teach them to be content with their portion. You know, not only children, but everyone. You have to imagine a triangle in front of you, and that's the triangle that is your limit to the bowl. Right. You have to chew slowly. You have to be patient. So all these values are taught when we eat around the bowl.
So if I were looking for a metaphor for a Senegalese society, this would be it?
This is it. This is Senegalese society. Senegal is a special country.
ñu bokk xalaat bokk gis-gis bokk yéene we Africa.
A few years back, I got the words, "I am certain of nothing," tattooed on my arm. It's what makes travel what it is, an endless learning curve, the joy of being wrong, of being confused. Africa, more than any other continent, needs to be seen by the world as both the place we all came from and where we are going.
Walk together, keep on walking. Chef Antonio, Wally Kuma, Stephen Biko, Nelson Mandela, all you people.
I'm trying to understand Buenos Aires. And I've only got a week.
I took a walk through this beautiful world. Felt the cool rain on my shoulder. Found something good in this beautiful world. I felt the rain getting colder. Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la
Kind of amazing they work, you know? I look at a plane, I'm figuring, I understand scientifically how they fly, but it doesn't look like it should work.
No, it doesn't.
That's a big hunk of metal.
Yeah.
And who are these people? Are they waiting for friends to arrive, or no? They're just here looking at planes.
Yes, it's popular. You come here and you watch a couple of planes come and go.
The whole family.
Yeah.
Buenos Aires, capital of Argentina, second largest country in South America. It's got a quirky, unique character all its own. It looks like no other place, and it feels unlike any other.
Silence.
Yeah, right? It's very pretty here. I mean, it's really beautiful. I'm glad I came in the summer. It's when it's quiet. It's got sort of a mournful, sad, sweet quality that I like. Fits with the architecture. Where does everybody go? Like now, where is everybody?
The city's empty. The month of January, everyone go for holidays.
January and February are the hottest months here, middle of summer. And most porteños who can afford it get out of town to cooler climes.
They go to Uruguay or Mar del Plata, which is our beach, or to Patagonia, or to the north. I have a home in Patagonia. Far away from any restaurant. It has no internet, no electricity, no phone.
I mean, it's a little antisocial. For a guy who's a communicator, you're all over television.
Yeah, I'm not very social.
Chef restaurateur Francis Mallmann is one of the biggest and most influential figures in Latin American gastronomy. A TV star, head of a restaurant empire, and now in middle age, gives delightfully few shits about anything unimportant.
This is a restaurant I love, Carlitos. He serves you whatever he has. There's no menu.
Of all the places in the world that Francis Mallmann can eat and has eaten, it's this place he wanted to take me to. Bodegón Don Carlitos.
It's him and his wife in the kitchen with the 2 daughters. There's nobody else, and they've been open for 45 years.
An unassuming family-run joint across from the soccer stadium.
So who are the customers ordinarily?
You know, it doesn't have prices. It's fun because you see very simple people, and if you look sort of wealthy and elegant, you will get a big check, and if not, you'll get a small check. That's the way it works. This is Carlitos. Carlitos.
What do you do, sir?
Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, beautiful. I will have this guy.
There are gods here besides tango and football, or soccer as we call it. There's beef. Porteños, as residents of Buenos Aires are called, like beef, and meat in general, but particularly beef.
That's fantastic. Man, I love this place already.
Yes, I love meat. I eat meat every day. La morcilla.
Now that's exciting. This is one of my favorite things on earth.
Le boudin.
Love it. Now, it's a proud country. I mean, one of the stereotypes is that Argentinians are too proud, that they're full of themselves, vain, proud. If this is so, why is psychotherapy so huge in this country? I mean, this is the kingdom of doubt.
You know, my kids have been to the shrink since they're 8 for a year or 2. You just, you know, we'll go to the shrink and talk to someone who you don't know.
Right.
With whom you can say whatever you want. I did it myself a couple of years when I was 30.
I mean, it's an extraordinary thing because in many cultures, to confess that you need to even confide in someone is seen as a sign of weakness. Here, everybody does it and in no way frowned upon it. It's kind of cool. Because I could use somebody. I need somebody to talk to.
Have you ever done it?
I was a teenager. My parents caught me with drugs, and as part of the deal to stay out of trouble, I saw a therapist briefly.
Meet Mariana, my therapist. Argentina has the distinction of being home to more head shrinkers per capita than anywhere else in the world.
So, Tony, what brought you here?
What brought me here? Well, things have been happening. Like, I will find myself in an airport, for instance, and I'll order an airport hamburger. It's an insignificant thing. It's a small thing. It's a hamburger, but it's not a good one. Suddenly, I look at the hamburger and I find myself in a spiral of depression that can last for days. George Orwell said something that really upset me. He talked about human beings are essentially tubes into which we shove food. And this is my job. I travel around the world with these people, and they turn on the cameras, and then for a certain period of time, my job is to shove food into my face. And
what's wrong with that?
You have to eat.
Wow. Look at that. They're just not messing around here, right?
It's beautiful.
I mean,
no, it's perfect food.
Wow. I mean, it's really unnecessarily delicious. What kind of food is this? Where is it rooted?
Between Italy and Spain, and then a bit on the gaucho too with the meat, the way he cooks it. La Boca, this neighborhood, is very Italian. They say that this is where tango was born, in this little street 2 blocks away here called Caminito.
And where does that come from emotionally? The need for tango, why here?
Tango is extremely sad. It's about love, about despair, it's about poverty. And the dance, I think, is one of the most elegant dances in the world, you know, when they barely move and suddenly they stop. When they stop, you know, you tremble because you feel that the man is sort of inside of her almost. And then he goes on.
It's crushingly lonely. I travel over 200 days a year. So I had this dream again that I've had as long as I can remember. I'm stuck in a vast, old Victorian hotel with endless rooms and hallways, trying to check out, but I can't. I spend a lot of time in hotels, but this one is menacing because I just can't leave it. There's another part to this dream always where I'm trying to go home, but I can't quite remember where that is.
Are you alone?
I'm alone in this dream, yes.
In my heart, what I like of Buenos Aires in Argentina is that we take time to sit down and have lunch every day.
Totally. Yeah, I'm always hungry.
And they finish lunch and they stay at the table for 1 hour more with their friends. And then they go to work or they have a siesta.
Then nap.
And then a nap.
Very important.
Yeah.
Totally, I'm on board with that.
On the outskirts of town, in the roaring summer heat, the fires still burn hot. The tempting miasma of meat fills the mid-afternoon air. On the Parisia, many parts of once living things sizzle and char for the pleasure of those porteños who remain in town. Like Mariana, my new therapist.
Wow, what?
Wow.
Wow, I don't think that's enough.
Meat is king, and fire, and we shall go hard in honoring the flame.
God, I don't know where to attack this first.
All of that, we call it achuras.
Achuras.
Kidney,
Right.
sausage, which is chorizo, black sausage, which is the morcilla here.
And this is the famous intestine, right?
After a week or two here, even confirmed carnivores like myself will fall to their knees, praying for a vegetable.
So, is this normal, like lunch for people?
Yes, completely.
Tell me, what did you do during your time in Buenos Aires?
Ate a lot of meat.
Yeah.
You have any vegetables in this country at all?
You know, there are a lot of vegetarian people here.
Yeah, right.
And they...
Chicken.
Chicken is a vegetable, isn't it?
Why is therapy so big in Argentina? Because, I mean, the country also has this gaucho tradition, a very macho tradition.
Yes, but that's what therapy is for. They can do it there.
They can. So it's okay.
Yeah, it is okay.
See, as New Yorkers, we tell each other, you tell strangers all of your problems. We overshare.
Well, people here don't overshare.
No. I feel like Quasimodo, the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
If he stayed in nice hotel suites with high thread count sheets, that would be me. I feel kind of like a freak, and I feel very isolated. I communicate for a living, but I'm terrible at communicating with people I care about. I'm good with my daughter. An 8-year-old is about my level of communication skills, so that works out.
Oh, my God.
That was just the vegetable course.
Yes.
Later, I'm gonna have a nap. That would be a porteño thing to do. Like after, yeah, have a nice...
Well, it's much more, it's more like people from the provincias, from the...
Right. Well, that's me. I'm a country... No, I'm not a country boy.
No, you're a city boy.
I'm a city boy, but I do like naps. So, regular people, all summer long, you're stuck in Buenos Aires. What do you do?
Go for a barbecue, go out for dinner. You have a lot of shows and concerts and music.
So what's the best season, the best time of year for you? The best money, the best business?
That is summer.
In the summer?
Summer, yeah.
Now?
Yeah.
What? Because it's tourists.
European people, or from the north, from the States, Canada.
Right.
It's cold now, they come in the summer.
Right.
All hail the waiter, the career server, that great disappearing species of proud, well-trained specialists, members of the service industry who trace their roots back to the great hotels of Europe and beyond into history. Those who remain, like this man Mario, we salute you.
So how many years in the dining room? A lot.
Yeah, I started when I was 70 years old in a restaurant.
17?
17 years.
The people who work in the kitchen, one type of personality. The people in the dining room, you need to be more sociable.
I like very much to speak with whole people from the whole world. And I speak a little English, German, I speak German very well, Italian, Portuguese.
A friend of mine who's worked in the business a long time, he tells me, whenever a man comes into the restaurant with a woman, they never say, oh, Mr. Good to see you again.
No.
You don't know if the woman is his wife or someone else. And if you say, oh, so good to see you again, they say, what do you mean again? I thought you said you'd never been here.
I remember when I was 18 years old, I was in a restaurant working. Came a man with his wife and say, how are you, Dr. Rodriguez?
What?
Always do you go to the nightclub?
Ooh.
Shh. That man won't kill him.
Right, big problem now.
No, of course, no, never must say that.
If you're a cheap tipper, by the way, or rude to your server, you are dead to me. You are lower than whale feces.
20, 30 years ago, waiting was a profession.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Everybody learned certain skills. If you need to bone out a fish, serve the fish at the table side.
I make everything.
Right. So steak flambe.
Yeah.
No problem.
No problem, no.
Right. Crepe Suzette?
Crepe Suzette, of course. Every these things I do it, yeah.
All of this, of course.
Yeah, I know.
Fold the napkins.
Yeah, all that. Yeah. I remember when I started in the dining room, there was 5 captains, 6 waiters, 5 assistant waiters, sommelier, assistant sommelier. It was quite different. Nowadays it's more simple. All come in dish, they put, then finish, yeah.
In France, no more. You don't see it.
No more, no?
No, in the Michelin restaurants, you don't see it.
Nowadays, people are more simple, yeah.
Because they're easy.
Yeah. Easy, very easy. They say, keep me red wine, keep me white wine, no problem which one. This work was I do it as waiter, slowly melting away. Once I finish, I suppose, 15 years or 20 years more, it's finished.
To the old style. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. See themselves as? I mean, do they say, well, I'm Argentine, I'm from Argentina, or do they say, well, my people came from Italy, or my people came from...
You're from Spain. The porteño itself, they think there is from another planet. No, I'm porteño, I'm from Buenos Aires. I'm different from anybody else.
I tell stories for a living. I write books. I make television. A reasonable person does not believe that you are so interesting that people will watch you on television. I think this is evidence of a narcissistic personality disorder to start with.
Do you think you had a narcissistic personality before you start to be like a public person, or after that?
Before, I think before. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I think always.
So,
nothing to be done.
I know that the morning after you'll become a monster that creeps me up and things about to blow. A monster. Monster! 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 Monster!
spread of so many thoughts, Buenos Aires. You have, you know, the life of the musicians, which is very important here, the tango, all the artists. Then you have sort of the corporate world, which is always boring. And on the other edge, you have in the very poor neighborhoods all these hundreds of thousands of children that run behind a ball and they want to be soccer players. And they have a dream, it's all they have. And they know the faster they run, the harder they hit that ball, the better they move around it, maybe they will get it.
Chef, you do this all the time?
Like once a week.
This late at night?
Yes.
It's way too late for me.
Restaurant subculture, depending on where you are, can revolve around a number of activities, not all of them wholesome in my experience. The business is hard, the hours are long, the camaraderie intense. After a long day and night of work, the mind turns to soccer? Okay, this is a distinguishing feature I was frankly unprepared for.
So everyone here work for you?
Well, we have like two teams, you know. He's the chef of Le Grill. It's a parrilla.
Yes.
And close, like 2 blocks, we have Chila, and I'm the chef.
So of course.
And we have the 2 teams.
Right.
Chef Soledad Nardelli, along with her husband and business partner, owns and operates Chila Restaurant, where she still works the line.
We, as a country, we are ignorant of our culture, traditions. We have a lot of products, not only meat.
Un bife solo a punto, por favor.
It's 1 a.m., and tonight it's a blood match between the crews of Chila and its sister restaurant, Le Grill.
We share a lot of products with Peru, Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay. We have the big influence of immigrants like Germans, Swiss people, Netherlands. So that is our identity.
Rich traditions.
Yeah. Do you want a drink?
What do you have?
We have Fernet.
Fernet.
We've been drinking a little bit.
Oh, good.
We are used to drink aperitifs,
Right.
the digestives. It's good for your stomach.
Right.
You know? You know?
So it's healthy.
Yes.
I ain't playing no soccer. Alcohol and meat in tube form, however, are more familiar to me.
The chorizos are homemade. 40% pork, 40% cow, and all the cuts are dry aged. So,
Sweet. So it's got some funk.
yeah.
I don't know whether it's the television or the 30 years in the restaurant business. I never understood how normal people lived. You know, when I was a chef, I worked all day. I hung out all night with other cooks, other restaurant people. You know, like I really love like barbecuing on vacation in the backyard. I love cooking for my daughter. I like doing these really normal, mundane things because I never got to do them before. So you've been in the restaurant business a long time?
I started here in Buenos Aires
Right.
18 years ago.
Right, but wait a minute. Cooking was not your original plan. What was the original plan?
Law.
Was law.
Yes.
Yeah. But why would you do such a foolish thing? I mean, there's no money in cooking most of the time. Back then, it was a business dominated entirely by men.
I was not feeling good with myself, you know? I said, maybe I'm going to be a really good lawyer, but I'm not going to be happy in my life.
So right away, you said, okay, I'm going to cook. And you went to Bocuse, to Institute Paul Bocuse.
Yes, at Lyon. Yes.
Yes, it's a tough school.
Yeah. Well,
Very traditional.
For me, the experience of France was really hard.
Oh, I can only imagine.
You know, Latin American woman from Argentina, speaking few French. I cry all night. Called my mom, and she told me like, Sole, go on, keep going, keep going, keep going. And I always said, when I have the opportunity of running my own kitchen, I'm not going to repeat any of the things that they did to me. So, till now, I did it okay, you know?
Good for you. You know, all these tough guys, they're all big babies anyway. Like the first women who came into kitchens when I started, back when it was all men, one woman would come in and pretty soon all the guys are like going crying to them with their problems. It's like, you know, please be my mommy, you know, tell me what to do, you know.
I think we're ready for chorizos, eh?
Thank you. The delicious, delicious choripan is an iconic street food around here for reasons that are immediately obvious once you bite into one.
Oh, that's good. I needed this badly.
This is Argentinian style. It's beer with Coke.
Beer? No, that's wrong, man. No.
I'm old for this.
Who's here? It's summer, right?
Well, that's a very interesting question. A lot of lower class people that cannot go out for a holiday, they stay here
Make
and
their own
they
holiday.
make the party happen in their own neighborhood.
Now, how long is Carnival season here?
And it goes on every weekend for a month.
A month?
Yeah.
Carnival is different in Argentina, decidedly different. In every barrio in Buenos Aires, there are celebrations, with over 100 murgas, as they're called, taking to the streets, traveling from barrio to barrio by bus, doing their thing.
So they're like neighborhood teams?
Yes, every neighborhood has one or two of these murgas,
Right.
and they start in one neighborhood and then go to another and then go to another, and it's healthy competition between every neighborhood.
These guys are Murga Los Amantes. They're from La Boca, which, according to the guidebook, is an old industrial neighborhood in the Port District known for historic buildings and no small amount of crime.
Is it like a parade, a block party?
It's a little bit of each. This is not like Rio Carnival.
Right.
You have a huge parade with lots of money in.
Right. You know, we do a lot of different scenes, most of the meals, or I drive sports cars, I jump out of planes. But there are a few things that terrify me. Carnivals, I'm afraid of clowns. Horrified. People dancing, crowds. You know, I've lived a long life without ever going to Carnival in Rio or Mardi Gras. I don't like it. There's something frightening about crowds, too. I mean, what if they all decide to do one thing at the same time? It starts as a party. 5 minutes later, it's like Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pity that you couldn't enjoy the whole carnival stuff.
Yeah. Okay, this is perfect for me. I'm sitting down, I'm drinking beer. It's all right, honestly.
It has a common roots with Brazilian carnival and Uruguay carnival, but in each place took a different way. In Brazil, it was more for the spectacle and the lights. And here, it's more about the pride of the neighborhood.
Thank you for that. This romanticism, this sadness, this love of sadness. What was it about the history of Argentina that allowed this to take root?
From a difficult life. From a life, you know, living in a little room, but always with the glory and the dream of the night out, of the man who has his beautiful hat for Saturday night. And then next morning, you know, reality's back.
Who's left in the city? Who else stays?
Who else stays?
Well, construction workers.
Construction workers. This building, it's a big one. It's 18 stories.
Right.
It's in the middle of Capital Federal, from the center of Buenos Aires.
Right.
So it's going to be an expensive building.
So who's going to live here?
I don't know. People with money.
I mean, you know, how's the economy?
The economy, it's crazy. It's
some people doing good, and some people not doing good.
Yeah, the middle class has been disappearing.
They tell me that everybody in Argentina sees a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Is this true?
It's true. There's
everybody.
Yeah. Well, not everybody. People that can afford it. But
right.
So let's go back to the first question I asked. What brought you here?
I'd like to be happy. I'd like to be happier. I should be happy. I have, you know, incredible luck.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to be able to, you know, look out the window and say, hey, life is good.
And you don't?
No. I'm not going to get a lot of sympathy from people, frankly. I mean, I have the best job in the world, let's face it. I go anywhere I want. I do what I want. Look, that guy over there loading sausages on the grill, that's work. This is not so bad. It's all right.
So
I'll make it.
Yeah.
If people work hard like they do in construction, it is expected that they be well-fed. And in Buenos Aires, well-fed means, yeah, you guessed it.
How often do they do this?
Once a week, on Fridays. They used to do it every day, but economic, you know, the
meat
is really expensive.
Expensive now.
the street and you smell the...
You smell it from the construction sites?
Yeah.
So most construction sites, they do like this?
Mm-hmm. Everyone.
Nico, lead singer of Octophonic.
Hola.
Like nearly every porteño,
sweet,
he knows good beef
Gracias.
and where to find it.
It's good. Once you work hard, you need a big hunk of meat.
It's, you know, from the low chain of the meat, but it still has a lot of fat, and it's
right. Good for you.
Yeah. He says that we need some wine, red wine.
Yeah, right.
I saw some construction sites that they have.
They serve wine?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man.
I guess the owners of this construction especially are strict about it.
I'd be a little nervous.
Yeah, of course.
Guys up on the top floor
50
drinking.
meters. Yeah.
So where are most of these guys from?
¿Son todos de acá ustedes? ¿O paraguayo también? ¿Vos sos paraguayo? We got one from Paraguay here. A lot from Argentina.
From Buenos Aires or from outside of Buenos Aires?
Usually from inside, from the provinces.
And how long has the job lasted?
I was asking, it started 1.5 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a long time. How much work is there? A lot, a little? I mean, after this, another job?
¿Tienen trabajo después de esto, no? ¿Terminan este y van a otro? Yeah, I guess they jump from construction to construction.
So they're working regular, always?
Yeah.
Seguir y seguir la huella. Es demasiado aburrido. Seguir y
It's hard to get back to work after having...
Yeah, I just want to go home and sleep.
de mi carreta nunca los voy a engrasar.
Flying out, just a few hours.
And you're going now next to Rome? It's such a beautiful city.
No, next Brazil, then to Japan, Nashville, Vietnam, Houston. You know, like there's the evil cheeseburger that sets me off, the evil hamburger. Suddenly I'm super depressed for days. It's like that with the good stuff too. I have a couple of happy minutes there where I'm thinking, life is pretty good. This is cool, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. It's like the movies, but cheaper.
Yeah, right?
The pilot of the airplane saying hi to the kids.
Wow. What's in the box, man? What's in there?
Here we have Amargo Obrero, which is like workman's bitter. It's a kind of vermouth.
Yeah, I'll have some of that.
Therapy.
My therapy? Oh, I feel all better now.
Yeah?
All better. What do you think? How, I mean, is there hope for me?
Wow.
Oh, boy. Oh, that doesn't sound promising.
I think what is good is that you start thinking or keep thinking about what's wrong in your life, what do you want to change, and especially what do you feel you can't change.
I was kind of hoping for a prescription for, like, morphine. Was this an unreasonable expectation?
I think you should keep doing therapy too.
Yeah, me too. You're probably right.
Yes.
I love staying in Buenos Aires in summer when the streets are empty. I love the city. I was born here, this huge metropolis where a lot of cultures melt. People from all Latin America, people from Asia, people from Europe. The personality of Buenos Aires is made from the melt of cultures.
When I get back to New York, I'll tell you, I'm gonna get off that plane, I'm gonna make myself a big salad. Excuse me, kid. What? Sorry for the language.
All right, what do you say we get some sausages?
Yeah.